Cheers and like.
So that was an issue of something that's mansukh, and we definitely know that it was there. Here the issue is, my point was, what if something was not mutawatir and then suddenly it's like not part of our deen? Is that an issue? It's not an issue.
Okay.
Right? It's not an issue. It could even be mansukh and still part of our deen. Right? So you're like, oh my God, what if they over deleted? They were over, what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like what we saw last week was kind of like, you could argue that you kind of like cut more out than you needed to, right? I mean, they say, well, it doesn't matter. It's still part of the deen. So, okay. So if you could just ask everybody to open there.
Oh no, we have another chair. We have.
So
you can sit over there.
Yeah, there's seat here. I'm just sitting here because of the computer. So if you can maybe move on, Wasim John. We could just. I was speaking to you in Farsi, Wasim John.
What does it do?
Like, Dear Wasim.
Like in East Coast, African American vernacular English. So
They use the word.
John, they're like thing, anything.
Oh yeah.
Person.
There you go.
Okay.
It's funny. I heard it in a qasida actually. Someone said Janam. I'm like, what's Janam? But it's no Ganam. But it was Janam. They come in Syrian Arabic. There's lots of Farsi. Like they say Afarin, Afarin. Right, machine. You use that word, right? Afarin.
My wife.
Yeah, yeah. Use it in Urdu, I think, right? Afarin exists in Urdu. Oh, speak Bengali. Oh, Kamaracha. That's all I know. Okay. So I'm just sharing on the Zoom. There's nobody on Zoom right now. So Mohammed, if you could just keep an eye on the WhatsApp now. Do you have WhatsApp on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I don't know when anybody's going to join on the WhatsApp thing. So I'm just recording it anyway, just for later. So Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So basically we wanted to go through different genres of tafsir today. Some of you is going to be super unbelievably difficult. You're going to give up and go home and start crying and join the church like the other people from last week. A'udhu billah. And others will be like, okay, this is cool. Others will be like, okay, at least to kind of just get an exposure of what's going on. So inshallah. So if you have a look at that tafsir exposure Google Doc, right? Basically, I'm just giving you, there's just some notes there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an overview of one genre. And then I think we're going to all start doing some research into it. And then, because the point is actually see it. This pointless just sitting here talking. It's like, okay. No, it's like, it doesn't really mean anything. So you can't actually do this thing without actually playing around with this information. So I'm going to skip the first thing. I'm going to go to something else first because it's a little bit easier. So I'm going to go down to a tafsir al-athari. Okay, if you see that's like the second point, tafsir al-athari. So what is tafsir al-athari? Athar means a footprint. Okay, athar means a footprint. So when you say athar, you mean ahadith and narrations from the Sahaba and Tabi'in, right? So it's going to be a tafsir that's its focus. Okay, that's its focus. And so basically any early tafsir, most early tafsir, that's all they're going to be, right? So if you can imagine you're a tabi'i, all you're going to be doing is saying, oh, this Sahabi said this and this Sahabi said that, right? That's all you're going to be doing. So naturally, most early tafsir is going to be like that, right? So what will happen is, there we go, where is this joined? What will happen is then as time as history progresses, the books will get bigger and bigger and bigger. So you're going to be, for example, in Medina or Mecca, and then eventually you'll be like, no, I'm collecting from Medina, Mecca, and Kufa, and. So one of the first tafsirs we're looking at is a Suddi. So he's not really, I don't think he's really the Tabi'in. Maybe he's one of the young Tabi'in. So a tafsir, a Suddi. It's not a tafsir that we have, but he is quoted a lot. So he's one of these early Mufassirin, meaning he focused on tafsir, and his tafsir is all tafsir athari, meaning all he's doing is, here's a verse, are there any hadith about this verse? Are there any quotes from the Sahaba or Tabi'in about this verse? Right? Next generation is going to get bigger, right? The next generation is going to get bigger. And then you're going to get to, for example, we have the tafsir of Sufyan al-Thawri. So he's of the time of approximately Imam Abu Hanifa, so kind of still quite early. Same kind of picture, same kind of idea, where he's just gathering from Sahaba and Tabi'een, what has reached us concerning this verse. Now they can talk about halal and haram because they're not top. It's more like source oriented, like who you sourcing versus as opposed to topic. So we're going to see that we're going to mention under tafsir of halal haram and tafsir al-athari. There's going to be a lot of crossover because it's the same thing, right? And then I'm just mentioning kind of like just selecting a few things that we'll look at. And the next one we look at is the tafsir of Abdul Razzaq al-San'ani. So Abdul Razzaq al-San'ani, now we're going down to like the time of Imam al-Shafi'i. He's a teacher of Imam Abdul Razzaq al-San'ani, he's a teacher of Imam Ahmad. So he has his tafsir. His sources are now much broader. So he's going to travel around a lot. He's going to have more and more, etc. And then we come to like one of the most important tafsir books on tafsir al-Athari, which is Tabari. So now you're going into the 4th century. So you can imagine Tabari, now it's really, really big because he's collecting from tons of people. Also, what he's going to be doing is because he's later, he's going to start building from other tafsirs as well. So he will start tapping into tafsir al-Lughawi that we'll see in a second. So you'll see grammatical discussions. You won't see grammatical discussions with Ibn Abbas or with a Suddi. They don't talk about that, right? They might talk about qira'at. They might say so-and-so you recite this. They might do that. But they're not doing grammatical issues. That's not part of their world. You know, if you're going to ask Imam Malik, what's the i'rab of this verse? You're like, what do you mean i'rab? Like, it's not a thing that they would do. It's not a discussion, right? So but by the time of Tabari, so yes, there's such thing as nahu. People are talking about nahu and the sarf and these kind of things. And so he's going to be quoting some early grammarians because there are early grammarians to quote by that time, right? We're going to now jump forward another like 200 years. We get to al-Baghawi. So he's much later now. Al-Baghawi is a Shafi'i. He's a muhaddith. And it's going to be basically, he will, so what you see with Tabari is again in the 3rd, 4th century. So he's going to be mentioning everything with the chain transmission. So you're going to have to go through and find out who is his sheikh and who is his sheikh's sheikh and critique it like a hadith, right? Imam Baghawi may or may not do that, right? Because he's much later. Sometimes he'll do a whole chain with himself, from himself all the way back to the Prophet. Sometimes he will, sometimes he won't. Sometimes just refer to the main books of, because by his time there's already the 6 books. So like, why am I going to say with my chain? Like, it doesn't really matter too much. And then you get to Ibn Athir. I'm going to mention one more after that. So Ibn Athir, this is I believe 8th century now, 8th, 9th century, 8th century. You know, he's very late, so late Shafi'i. When you have late, you just have lots of time to edit things out. So it's kind of well edited. So it's a good book to just go to. Like, I'm going to go to Tafsir Sufyan al-Thawri. Like, why would I ever do that? It's kind of like, it's cool. You know, my students said, Freed, you always teach random stuff, without adab, I was like, I think it's interesting. I was teaching the Tafsir of Sufyan al-Thawri and the Tafsir of al-Kisa'i. Super not immature, but unmatured things, right? It's like, why would you do that? But for me, it's just, I find it interesting. But when you get to Ibn Kathir, it's like everything's been said, right? The fiqh, like, he's not going to quote some random fatwa that isn't really applied, unless it's clear that it's not applied. So you get a clear picture. So like, I'm preparing, you have a question. I'm just going to go Ibn Kathir probably. I might go to Baghawi, kind of interesting. Tabari, if I really have to start digging, right? But like, when you get to like the 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th century, everything's very clear and organized. And so it's like, that's a better access point, if that makes sense, right? So Ibn Kathir is very late and, and reliable, etc. People ask the question, do they use Sahih Hadiths, right? So like, this is what the mentality we have today. Like, if it's, all I'm interested in is something that's in the Quran and something that's Sahih. And everything else can just be thrown in the trash. That's the kind of mentality that some people have today. They'll be like, someone gives a khutbah and they're like, Sheikh, the hadith is weak. Right? And so we have to understand that our books of hadith and books of tafsir and books of seerah are full with weak hadiths. It's like, that's just like the default. Everybody does that. Why? Let's compare hadith to sound, right? So right now, I'm hearing the clock, right? If I was a cat, I could probably also hear like somebody digesting next door, right? They can hear like all this stuff. So think about sound. Sound is coming to me in all sorts of imperfect ways from all directions, right? So that's like a weak hadith. So the amount of weak sound communication that's coming to me is limitless. Now, when you speak and I can understand you, that's like a sahih hadith, like it's clear enough. So, but I can't edit out all sounds, can I? And in fact, that's dangerous, right? If you're driving, you edit out all sounds, like someone's beeping the horn from the here, like, whoa, I didn't see that person, right? It's important. So the surround sound, what's going on, right? All these things are important. So the way that people look at things is like black and white, which is not how it is. They look at like, oh, everything, has to be sahih, otherwise it's not part of the deen. That's like a totally new methodology that never existed ever before, and which kind of doesn't make any sense. And nobody ever does that, right? So you look at Abu Dawud, like half of the book is weak. You look at Tirmidhi, half of the book is weak. Ibn Majah, it's normal. The fact that somebody writes a sahih, it means I'm only writing about sahih, and the other people are not necessarily writing about sahih, right? Sirah is full of weak things. Tafsir as well. So you're like, oh, I just want a reliable one, like I want a sahih one, right? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I was talking to my brother the other day, and he's not into AI, he's into statistics and things like that. But he was talking about like AI will do this thing where it's continually collecting information, even if it's pointless, right? That's what it does. It just keeps feeding it, right? And so that's like any person would do that, right? Like I'm a politician, I just want to know what this guy says and that guy says, and this guy just want to know, even if it's fairly pointless, right? So that's how a normal process works. So here I'm looking at this tafsir and I'm trying to find out, for example, Surah al-Adiyat. Is Surah al-Adiyat about mujahideen, or is it about how mankind attacks other people for money and kills, right? Is it? So I know it's talking about horses galloping, but I'm talking about, is it talking about the mujahideen, is it not? And I find a weak hadith that suggests this, but the rhetorical device suggests that. It's all part of the discussion. So I'm going to use everything to get an idea, right? As opposed to, oh, that's weak, kind of throw it out the window. That's not really how anybody works. Go ahead.
And why do if using weak hadith is not such a big issue, why do so many people make it like a necessity to use like sahih hadith?
So basically what happened over the last 500, maybe like 500 plus years, is that, so what happened, like say first 500 years, issue of hadith was an issue. Like I need to make sure what the Prophet said and what he didn't say, right? Then that was basically done. So everyone's like, why am I going to do that? Like I already know an electron works. Why am I going to go and prove electron works? Go to what's it called, Silicon Valley, say, guys, I've discovered an electron. Like, dude, we already know the electron works. We don't care about that. Leave that in physics. Now we're using the electron in electronics, right? So that's basically what they did, is that you found that you would find very, very few specialists in hadith from the year like 500 on. Like most people, like it's not really their thing. And so then what happened is that it got worse and worse and worse, and eventually you find like all sorts of random hadith being quoted. Like we'll see Tafsir al-Baydawi, like this is like a key work. There was like at least 2,000 like super commentaries on Tafsir al-Baydawi, but yet it doesn't only contain weak hadith, it contains fabricated hadiths that we know are fabricated. So like, how is that possible? Right? How is that possible? It's like, because that wasn't their focus. They're focusing on other things. So these little things trickle in. So then what happened is we get this thing trickling in, okay? We have other social factors like widespread uneducated Sufism, where if you go from like Morocco to China, you're going to see like the default is most Muslims are just Sufis and weird Sufis. Like they're not abiding by the Sharia. Their focus on the awrad of the Sheikh is way more important than ilm, and that's a widespread picture. So you have that combined with the factor of hadith, combined with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, collapse of Mughal Empire. So no Muslim power is there. And then what happens is you get the Salafi movement. Salafi movement comes in. It's partly a natural reaction, partly funded and supported by the British to weaken the Muslims in India, the Ahl Hadith, and also in what's it called, in Arabia, right? So it's very useful if the Arabs see the Ottomans as kuffar, right? Like it's a real thing, If you want to read more about this, there's a book called not on this topic itself, but there's a book called not that one, no, it's another one. It's just indicative of how people were using religion. It's called Espionage East of Constantinople. So this is basically how the Swedes and the Germans were trying to get a jihad against the British. So they were going into Arabia. So Kaiser Wilhelm, he took a shahada. He went to Palestine. He took the shahada.
Really?
Yeah, and he became Abdullah Wilhelm. And now we have to do jihad, like literally, like to do a jihad against the British. They were trying to get right into Afghanistan and then start this jihad from Afghanistan down into this, just the Germans trying to start a jihad against the British coming down from the north. So they're trying to get into get into Afghanistan, and then there's whole things in India, and between India and America, there's all these things. So like they were using this stuff. Like it's a war, so like they're using these things. So basically, that kicked off Salafism. With Salafism, we throw out the form of Rahib, and we question everything, and we say everything's load of nonsense. And I'm only interested in Quran and Sunnah. Quran and Sunnah has to be Sahih, right? And it's holding on to certain truth points, but blowing them out of proportion, right? It's like, so you just like, you look at, for example, Tirmidhi, you say like the hadith is weak, everybody applies it. Why do you even mention it, So then like someone like Shaykh Albani, rahimahullah, he comes along and says, I'm going to write Sahih Tirmidhi. Well, Tirmidhi is writing the book has Sahih Hasan Da'if in it on purpose. So then you came along and said, no, I just want the Sahih. It's like your methodology does not match with their methodology at all. Like it's just like two different worlds. It's like somebody coming along saying, I don't believe in tajweed. I'm going to use linguistics. That's all. Like I'm going to use Semitic linguistics to explain to pronounce the Quran, and the dad is more like this. The. I was like, okay, that's what your professor at whatever Princeton says, that the original dad was like that. It's like, okay, like a totally different methodology. And where we are right now, we're just in this kind of mess. So like, if you can imagine the ummah right now, it's kind of like dad's been in and out of prison, mum's on drugs, and we're just trying to survive. And we're like, and big brother tried to shoot, but he's joined a gang and he came back with some guns, and everyone's like, right? And then there's one kid who's just like on, and then the little brother just on, has ADHD, and he's just going to school and out of school, and he's moved 5 schools. So that's where the ummah is now. We're like super messed up, and it's like very painful. Because like we don't know where we are, right? But that's the picture, like literally. So like our, like we did this we did this poem, or kind of like a short story in University of Jordan. It was about this tiger. So they got this tiger and they put it in their cage, and they said like, roll over. He's like, I won't do it. Like, roll over, he won't do it. So then like, okay, get him to do this, feed him this, feed him this, feed him this, and like eventually the tiger rolls over. That's the ummah today. It's like we basically had strong Muslims, right? And then we had strong nationalists. Say like someone like Saddam Hussein, like, oh man, this guy's like, you can't mess with him. Like literally, like Israel's like scared of him. Hafiz Assad and all these kind of people, like strong people. And then you Gaddafi. So now it's like nobody left. You have nobody left. Like there's no Muslim strong leader at all. Everybody is just sujood to some bigger power. That's it. We have no choice. So we're not running our own game at all. Our educational systems, our Islamic universities, everything is like their system. Like go to Morocco, like Spawn, I was reading the other day and about, was it Ibn Ashur, talking about Ibn Ashur today, like the Moroccan scholar, Moroccan, right? Tunisian. But anyways, like he's in Zaytuna and like in Tunisia, and like they read the Hashiyat of Saylakuti on the Mutawwal. So this is like a really difficult book in Balagha with a really difficult Hashiyah from one of the great minds of Pakistan. He's a Pakistani scholar. Saylakuti is in Pakistan, and he's like, they did it over these years, and it's like, who on earth would ever teach that book today? Nobody. So that's where we are. We're like, it's like you've come down from PhD to masters, and masters to BA, and then BA. Now we're just doing middle school, and if you finish middle school, you're a sheikh. That's where we are, right? So I mean, and just give an example, like someone like someone's like for example Sheikh Sadiq, right, rahimahullah, right? When you say someone's memorized X, Y, and Z, that's just your bachelor's. That's it. That's it. Like he's now, when you finished X, you finished Khalil, you finished Alfiya, you finished this, you've done your bachelor's. That's it. When you come with bachelor's, you actually don't know anything, right? Like when you come out as 18, you'll be like, I don't know anything, but right. So that's what it is. That's your bachelor's. But now anybody who's like that, he's like, whoa, You know, anybody on that level that's amazing. It used to be in the past, any imam in the masjid have to memorize Khalil, right? So now it's like, the level is super low, right? And I've shared this before. I share it again. Like, the fatwa department in Jordan was voted one of the best fatwa departments in the Middle East. Okay, just mentioning it, not because I was there, but that's a statistic. The Grand Mufti, he's my teacher. He pointed at me in front of the other muftis who were like 10 years older than me. He said, "Faqih." Now I know I'm not a faqih because I do Q&A. Like I know that I don't know. So that means they really don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, whoa, that guy knows about like biology. Yeah, he's like, I mean, I know about how to word of the word zygote. I've heard of the word of cell. It's like, oh, can you come and operate my son? That's what it's like. Like anybody who knows roughly something about biology is now a brain surgeon. And we don't have it's either he wants to be it, which is wrong, or he doesn't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? So that's the situation we're in, where it's kind of like a lot of really stupid things, and you're like, are you serious? Like, no, I'm not serious. There was an MA, a master's thesis in Saudi, that is it kufr to abide by FIFA rules? Because وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ. It's like, habibi. Like, master's thesis, like so you're sitting there like, like, is this a joke? It's not a joke. Like, so that's your master's thesis, right? It's kind of like, it's a maskhara. Somebody posted this, Dr. Fulan, this is recently. So Dr. Fulan said you shouldn't say Halib Kamil al-Dasam. Al-Kamal lillah. Right? You shouldn't say full fat milk, because Kamil means perfect. You shouldn't say that. You should say Halib yasa'a ila al-Kamal. That's trying to be perfect. Like it's like literally dealing with like stupid, like it's stupidity. And then these are our shuyukh. You know, that's what you're dealing with. And it's like, what's going on? So there's a lot of stupidity out there, and it's just, and who wants that to continue? Obviously, the kuffar, right? So like Israel literally have a university where they train imams, like literally they have one, and you can go and study Islamic studies at this university, and that you're there to be put up as these people, right? So that's on a direct level. On an indirect level, it's just continue the mess up, right? Yeah.
Can you repeat the name of the book you mentioned? Espionage.
Espionage east of Constantinople. It's super British, like the guy's like super, like the British are excellent because it was, you know, so just forgive that. Like when you look, it's like the guy thinks American, everyone is, you know, but it's really interesting. You just see how it's being employed and what they're trying to do, right? And it's obvious, right? Okay, so anyway, so what we're gonna do then is we're gonna look at where's my quotes? We are going to look at a number of we're going to look at basically the same ayah in these. How do I have here? I have six different books. Okay, and find out what it looks like. Right? Does it mention chains? Does it mention different opinions? Does it mention tarjih? Does it mention, you know, these different things? Okay, so we have this word la ikraha fi din. So if we can look this up. So I usually use Shamila. There's some other search engines that are out there now. I don't know what else but Shamila is pretty. You know, you familiar with Shamila?
There's a really good app. It's called Tafsir.
Yeah, if you want to use that, there's a number one that are way better than Shamila. I've just been using Shamila for a long time, so I'm kind of used to it.
That Jordan one as well. Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, if you look at, you know, you can even just Google it, but put Tafsir as-Suddi la ikraha fi din, right? We just want to find the nas itself, like find the text itself, right? Learn.
I shared it with you. I had a question, Jeff. In terms of Israeliyat, how is that?
Exactly, it's going to be Maliana. It's going to be all over the place.
Is it really like a?
But that's the whole point. The point is, what did the Prophet tell us? Is that وَلَا تُكَذِّبُوهُمْ وَلَا تُصَدِّقُوهُم. Don't believe them and don't disbelieve them. So the point is, could there be information that's just somewhat on the edge? But yeah, right? Is it useful all the time? No. Is it useless all the time? No, right? So
This is the new app. It has an app and also online. Pretty cool.
oh, Tafsir app. Okay.
And then you just enter the thing. And then you
Okay. Can you post that in the WhatsApp group?
Tafsir
Suddi.
Oh, you just need
not
to edit it.
No, Sa'di is really late. Salafi, late Salafi.
yeah, it's our Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.gov.
Yeah.
Uh,
But also like Saudi Salafism is not like other kind of Salafism. Saudi Salafism is much more calm. But there's other stuff like what's coming out of Jordan and coming out of Egypt is like hardcore, you know. Yeah.
No.
Sorry?
in North Yemen.
North Yemen. Yeah.
I lived in San Francisco for 2 years.
Oh yeah, you had a lot of fun there.
There is
Hardcore, yeah.
the khutbahs are fun.
Yeah. But it's important, a really important concept, guys, is that like, you know, when anybody has a complaint, there's always an ounce of truth in that, right? Always. Like your mum's like, you never put your plate away. Like it's not true, but it did happen once, right? So she has a point, right? Someone's like, Islam doesn't make any sense. That's true. There is some confusing things about Islam, right? So I was like, yeah, Shiism. Like you read history, like they have a point. It's not just crazy. There's some certain things that like, did that happen? Like that's very confusing. They have a point, right? People have points, right? So a Salafi has a point. It's like there are certain issues, like there's a problem there, right? You'll see this hadith, like, yeah, why is it that Baydawi has a fabricated hadith in it? You know, like that shouldn't happen. Somebody should have done something about that. Like that's not right. Or I don't know, extremism, right? Like I remember this one guy, he's Salafi. He's like, why are you Salafi? He's like, well, because I want to follow another madhab on a particular issue. Like, so you mean, so basically he's from India, and India's like, you're Hanafi or die. And it's like, so now you have this attitude, and it's like, yeah, but there are other understandings of the deen. You're basically telling me that I'm not allowed to follow any other understanding of the religion. Like that's a bit extreme, you know? Why? So many people like that. Like that's how it is, you know? And then you talked. I remember like there's this issue recently. I was going to share an answer from a certain website that I trust, and the answer was just like, I just couldn't share it. You know, it's like women can't cut their hair unless it is at least to basically their tailbone, and on the condition that it's difficult to look after. And be like, what's the logic? Oh, because otherwise you'll be mimicking men. I'm like, you know, it's like what? It's like men. How like I don't know, it's kind of like an extreme understanding of what it means, like, or like if you didn't do that you'd look like a man. Like, it's like what? I couldn't even share it, you know. So like the problem is not the answer. The problem is you're supposed to say, listen, this is one logic that comes to this conclusion, here's another logic comes to you choose, or you kind of don't put people in a box. When you put people in a box, they get upset, you know. Any extremism, any kind of thing that you put pressure on people, you tell a teenager you have to memorize Quran by September, otherwise you're gonna whatever. It's like they're gonna freak out and leave the deen. What is, you know? It's like it doesn't work. So you see certain things like they have a point. You know, there's weak hadith. You have a point. You know, if you like, I'm named after Baba Farid in Pakpatan in Pakistan. Like you go to his maqam where he is, they literally do tawaf around his grave. So then you're like, so what's about that? It's like, yeah, that's haram by consensus. So then he'd be like, yeah. So I don't want to be that kid. What do you want to be then? Okay, I'll go be Salafi then. If this is what these guys are doing, I'm going to do the opposite, right? So it's quite different. It's quite, you know, they have a point, right? There's a lot of like weird stuff that happen. And, you know, if you go back in the day, you'd be like, whoa, what's the deen, you know? So, you know, so it's really important that when you're talking to a Salafi, it's a teenage mentality. So you're talking to a teenager, a frustrated teenager who's like, yeah, to hell with the world, you know? So, okay, well, what's stressing you out? Well, my teacher did this, my dad did this. It's like, he's angry for a reason, right? Like Eminem is not just saying bad words. He's expressing an actual thing. Obviously, he's making money out of it, but then, you know, but it's like, there is a problem, right? Like there's a problem. Why would he say these things about his mom? Why would he say these things, right? It's not right, but there's a reason why these things come out, right? So a Salafi, like a lot of frustration. You see a lot of like, you know, one brother, for example, an Egyptian sheikh, he was saying like, he's like, man, Salafi women, that's on another planet. So then you start realizing it's a whole mentality, right? So doing takfir of your husband, right? So like you actually have a problem. So why would you do takfir of your husband? Because maybe she sees the abuse of authority, right? Same thing. Like if you're abusing, like you're not giving me any freedom. It's like, you do these kind of things. So like it's an emotional issue. So you have to connect with them, just like a woman, you have to connect with them on an emotional level, as opposed to be like, well, the former Madhahib say this, like I don't really care, or like Usul al-Fiqh says this, they're like, I don't care, it's not in Quran and Sunnah. So you have to kind of see where they're coming from because they have a point and like validate their concerns and then build from there, So it's important.
But don't you think like this has been like even before like, this mentality, right? This has always existed.
Yeah, so mentality existed, but then it had a room to come out. Just like the teenager. The teenagers always had teenager. But now we validate it. It's like, oh, it's okay. She can change gender. She can, I think it's as long as they responsibly use the F word, it's okay. It's like, it's not okay. You can't speak to your parents like that. You got to go to school. You got to man up. You can't, but then was like, oh, it's okay. It's not okay. But my issue is like, they have a point. Okay, so how are we going, guys? We found Tafsir Siddi?
I put it in the WhatsApp.
You found
Yeah.
this is the Tafsir. This is here? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Let me just share this. Okay, so Bismillah. Who can read? Bismillah.
لا إكراه في الدين قد تبين الرشد من الغي فمن يكفر بالطاغوت ويؤمن بالله قد استمسك بالعروة الوثقى لا انفصام لها والله سميع عليم. قال السدي نزلت هذه الآية
آية في رجل
من الأنصار
يقال له أبو الحسين. أبو الحسين. Right. So does he mention a chain transmission? No, he doesn't, right? He doesn't say حدثني فلان حدثني. He doesn't do that. So basically he's studying with very early scholars. I'm pretty sure he's studying with Tabi'een or even some of the Sahaba, if I remember correctly. And so he's just kind of summarizing these things, right? Ibn Abbas will do the same thing. So Ibn Abbas was 13 when the Prophet passed away. So he didn't know everything, but he picked up things. He would go and ask so and so what happened, and he absorbed all of their knowledge. So then he would say this happened, that happened, this means this. Maybe he doesn't quote sources, right? Whereas the next generation would be like, oh, Ibn Abbas said, and the next generation will be like, so and so said that. If so and so said that Ibn Abbas said, does that make sense? So Suddi's pretty early. You also see in the note, he's going to say this is also found in Tabari, this is also found in Ibn Kathir, this is also found so and so, so and so, so and so, right? So it's all there. Okay, so you can find other. Okay, go ahead. So nazalat. So go ahead, guys. So في الأنصار يقال له أبو الحسين كان له ابنان. بسم الله.
I can't do it.
Okay.
تقدم له.
I'm trying to find this.
جار من الشام.
فقدم له تجار من الشام إلى المدينة يحملون الزيت فلما باعوا وأرادوا أن يرجعوا أتاهم ابن أبو الحسين فدعوهما إلى النصرانية فتنصرا ورجع إلى الشام معهم فأتى أبوهما رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال تنصر أفأطلبهما فقال لا إكراه في الدين ولم يؤمر يومئذ بقتال أهل الكتاب وقال أبعدهما الله هما أول من كفر فوجد أبو الحسين في نفسه على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم, etc. So what's the point? What's going on here? So these two kids have reached puberty and they decided to become what? Christian. So then he's like, Ya Rasulullah, I'm going to go and get them, right? These are my kids. I'm going to force them to become Muslim. The Prophet says what? لا إكراه في الدين. You can't do that. Right? So you reach puberty, خلاص. Person does ilhad, right? And this is pretty important, right? If you can imagine, like a girl could reach puberty like at 9, So there's a huge problem with the way that we talk to kids, right? And kids are pretty hard things, but like we talk to kids like, you're just a kid, you're just a kid, you're just a kid, you're just a kid, you're just a kid. It's like, dude, you're actually not a kid. Imagine, for example, she leaves the deen at 9, gets hit by a car at 11. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, but like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is just. So any excuse she has, Allah subhanahu will bring it up, But it's like, as far as we know, that's the deal, right? So it's like in Islam, you're a teenager from the age of 7 to like 9, 10. That's teenager, right? And after that, you got to wake up, bro, right? So it's got at least it's very, very hard to do that in the society, in the world, right? I remember being like, I didn't even wake up till I was like 14, I think. I was like not even there, you know. But at least we can try and wake people up, like, bro, it's not like that, you know. It's like
It's kinda early, man.
it's kind of early,
14.
yeah. But some people, they don't wake up, like they're just not even there. Like I'm talking about, it's like you actually can process things, you know. Anyway, so that's not so that's the point of the hadith. Okay, so let's also see in the other tafsir, inshallah.
Which next, I think?
So is the hadith, is the ayah saying don't force people, or you can't force people?
No, you can't force them to convert.
So but la ikraha ad-din literally means what?
They'll come-
Yeah, but actually I could compel you, right? Physically, I could compel you, get a gun, and say become Jewish, become this, right? So when it says la ikraha fi din, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means it's not valid, right? It doesn't count. But we know you could force people to become Muslim, actually, to some extent. So number one, you could, if you force them, say the Shahada and they said it as a munafiq, then legally we count them as Muslim, right? A munafiq is legally a Muslim, right? Even though he's not actually a Muslim. And similarly, the Prophet ﷺ forced the desert Arabs. He fought the desert Arabs, right? They didn't have a choice. Oh, it's okay. Do you want to stay mushrikeen? He didn't, right? So the kuffar of at least we know the kuffar of Arabia, they had no choice. It was Islam or the sword. So tomorrow when you're giving da'wah, and it's like there's never ever been Islam or the sword, that's not true, right? It's not true. So it's pretty important to actually speak the truth, because actually the Prophet was the Prophet respected all religions, really. He went to the Kaaba and respected the idol. He didn't respect all religions, you know. So we have the Shafis, for example, we say mushrikeen don't have the right to stay as good. They don't have that right at all. You cannot pay jizya as a mushrik. And our proof is that Sayyidina Isa will come and remove the jizya from the Jews and the Christians. So the point is the Jews are waiting for him to come for the first coming, and the Christians waiting for the second coming, saying, Khalas, there's no more shubha whatsoever. So what significance would that be to a Hindu or to a, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? And so that's the Shafis. They think that there is ikrah fi din, but not when it comes to not when it comes to Jews and Christians, right? And it's wallahu a'lam. Okay, khair. Let's see the next tafsir that says. How's this one?
Sheikh Farid, when you're talking about like against like Ta'if, or like which one specifically did the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam offensive against the Bedouin?
Everything. I think everything. You can't. It's very difficult to label anything as purely defensive. Purely defensive. Like Badr, how did it start? Was it unoffensive? Right. So it's like, that's the whole problem is like for two reasons. Number one, number one, what I was going to say is we are on a back foot. We don't have a Muslim power behind us, so we're always following someone else's rhetoric, bending over backwards, right? I'm going to pause the recording for a second, guys. I don't want to say things. Yeah. Okay, Bismillah. Where do we get to? Okay, so we want to do the next one, the next tafsir book. We want to see how they organize it. So it was it Abdul Razak, I think, tafsir Sufyan al-Thawri.
Same ayah?
Same ayah.
Yeah, that's like preserved.
I think so, yeah. It's gonna be found in other books, and also I have a copy of it somewhere. I mean, a narration anyway.
teaching Islamic politics class and
get arrested. Yeah. Yeah, was it Sheikh Kishk, right? Give the khutbah, go to jail. Give a khutbah, give a jail. There's a lot of things. It's just kind of it's whatever. Okay, we found Tafsir Sufyan al-Thawri.
Archive.org, I think, is the easiest. Just going through the PDF.
Well, you can't search though.
Yeah, you can text.
Okay, try. Yeah. It doesn't always work though. Were you able to find Tafsir Sufyan al-Thawri?
Yeah, still finding that. Yeah, but
Okay.
found it doesn't have everything, right? It just has like
It does not have everything, but he should have that. I'm pretty sure.
I don't see it in this PDF.
Well, if you can't find it, that's at least
One line.
yeah. What does it say?
إسلام يعني ظهور واو را تا ها ميم كده قيمة التشكيل.
Okay, can you take a screenshot? Oh.
أوريته.
But do you share it on the group?
Yeah. Oh, it's still. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, it says gap. Islam يعني something, and then it says فنزلت. So that gap is a gap in the manuscript.
Oh.
It's missing in the manuscript. It mentions this happened, and then you can't see anything before and after it. There's nothing there.
Before and after it, it's just a different ayahs.
Okay, great. So let's skip that one. Okay, so then we have what? Then we have Abdul Razzaq, Tafsir Abdul Razzaq Sanani.
So which one?
that. I can't find it. Can you guys find it?
Yeah, it's on archive. These are how it's formatted though. Huh. But never mind, this is just a compilation of all this in the book. found the link, it's not loading.
I think I found it.
Right. He said
Yeah,
the
probably.
Found it? Okay, so how does this look different then? This is this is your post? Yeah, yeah. This is what you posted here. So how does this look different?
it's like the Qatada.
It goes to Qatada. Okay, and what comes before it though? When it says what's na? حدثنا. So number one, Abdul Razzaq San'ani. All information coming. I opened the Musannaf of Abdul Razzaq San'ani, so we're going to say حدثنا. It's going to have a chain transmission. We didn't see that in Suddi, right? Right. So now, because now we're into the second. Yeah, he's later. He's in the second going to the 3rd century, right? So he says حدثنا Ma'mar. So this is Ma'mar ibn Rashid. His Sirah has come out recently, and it's available. And also his Jami' is also available. So that was a key book. So Ma'mar ibn Rashid from Qatada ibn Da'ama as-Sadusi, right? This is one of the students of Sayyidina Anas and great fuqaha of Basra and ulama. And he says Qatada said. So Qatada is quoting who? I don't know. Is it his own opinion? Is it he studied with some Sahaba? He's heard it from people who quote the Sahaba. I don't know. So you'll frequently Qatada is a huge scholar. You'll frequently just quote Qatada, but he is a tabi'i, right? He's not a Sahabi, right? So he says في قوله تعالى لا إكراه في الدين قال كانت العرب ليس لها دين فأكرهوا على الدين بالسيف قال ولا يكره اليهود ولا النصراني ولا المجوس إذا أعطوا الجزية.
Sheikh, I cropped it out. The next narration has to do with this as well.
Okay, so maybe get the whole thing. But anyway, what's it saying? Isn't it totally different to what's the do saying?
So there's only ikrah if they're mushrikeen.
If they're not mushrikeen, there we go.
Not mushrikeen.
So he's saying كانت العرب ليس لها, they didn't have a religion, a particular religion maybe, or they didn't, whatever, maybe they had different religions or whatever it was. So what does he mean? ليس لها دين. I mean, فأكرهوا على الدين بالسيف. They were forced to become Muslim by the sword. Right? قال ولا يكره اليهودي ولا النصراني ولا المجوسي, which is interesting. Right? A Majusi, so does that mean Majusi Ahl Kitab?
It's the Zoroastrians, right?
Mm-hmm. So Shafi'is, we say they are Ahl Kitab from the point of view of jizya, not from the point of view of marriage and meat, right? But maybe what other non-Jews and Christians were they exposed to? Maybe they weren't exposed to any other Jews and anybody else who are not Jews and Christians, right? So if they went into the Levant, Jews and Christians, they go into North Africa, Jews and Christians, right? So then the first non-Jews and Christians they're going to come to when you go east is Iranians, right? Or the Persians who are Majus. They were Zoroastrians. So, but how would they have dealt then with Hindus or the Turkic people who had whatever, ancestor worship, whatever they had, right? That's something else. But so that's why we have a debate among the fuqaha: can a Hindu pay jizya or not? Right? Go ahead.
This is something I've been confused about.
Mm-hmm.
All the ayat الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والنصارى من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر.
Mm-hmm.
What's the turning point? Where does the delineation between the haqq, obviously coming process in Mecca into Medina, the Madani surahs are referencing in الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والنصارى. Where's that cutoff point? Where
So what we're saying in their time.
in the time of the process.
Yeah. So إن الذين هادوا في زمانهم. So the Jews of their time, back in the day, those who followed Sayyidina Isa, those who followed Sayyidina Musa. Right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about now.
So any
So once the message receives them, then we're going to say, you know, so you could be a Jewish Muslim, yeah, meaning I was a Muslim and I've now become I was Jewish, now become Muslim, yeah. But no.
so there
So
was never a point where the
no,
Prophet
there was
said,
never a
"Go."
point where it's like, oh yeah, we accept you. No, never. Because as soon as he came, they were waiting for him, Aslan. Right?
Mhm.
They're waiting for them. So this is one of these nice things in the Seerah is you see like the Jews are the first person people they put the kiswa on the Kaaba. The Jews did that,
Really?
right? The Jews, yeah, they're the first people to do that.
What?
This mentions it in Seerah. Well, I mean, is that true or
Mm.
not? Allahu A'lam, but that's what this mentioned. They did it, and they only stopped they going to the Kaaba because of the idols.
I thought they were mostly in Medina and Khaybar, right?
But why are they in Medina? In Medina, waiting for the Prophet to come,
Mhm.
right? Why did Islam succeed? Because of the Jews. So the Prophet, if you look at it, the Prophet Islam could have just stopped in Medina. Like, I tried, I failed. Why did it succeed? It was giving da'wah to the people of the Aus of the Khazraj. Why did they listen to him? Because they were told by the Jews, the final prophet's coming. Right? So then it's just like I became Muslim because of you, and then you don't become Muslim. It's like pure kufr, right? Pure kufr. Right? It's like when we thought this guy was Afghan, we liked him. We found out it's Philistine nation. Malik. Right? What is it that just pause the recording? I'm gonna keep pausing the recording today. But this is not for a good reason. I didn't watch this, by the way. I pause. You're not thinking logically, right? This is like just pure, of course, like subhanAllah. Like you were waiting for him. You came here. You set the whole thing up. It's your birthday. And you're like, I don't think my birthday today. Like, what? It's like, it's like kufar, right? In subhanAllah, it's narrated, I don't know if it's true or not, that Shah Naqshband, he said, if I knew there was a single place on earth where shaitan didn't worship Allah, I'd go there. So like, you got to imagine like the ma'rifah and the iman of shaitan, right? Iblis. Like how much like he's done so much salah, so much stuff. He's prayed here, he 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 prayed here, prayed everywhere. Fasting, praying, everything. And then it's like, do sujood to Adam. No. It's like no. So may Allah protect us. This is kufr, right? So anyway, is it useful you had a different picture? You read Suddi, you get a different Suddi methodology, so it doesn't mention his sources. Here, he mentioned his sources going back to somebody else who doesn't mention their sources, right? And, and so now is Qatada quoting the Sahabi? I don't know. Is it his own ijtihad? I don't know. But it's useful. He's Qatada, And how does it continue after that? Sorry? You want to read the next?
حدثنا ابن عيينة عن ابن أبي نجيح.
Oh, one second. Sorry. Stop share. Where was it? Here.
Oh, the screenshot or no?
Yeah, it's just I'm going in and out of. I'm using what I'm sharing the image from WhatsApp is not very effective. It's not a very clever thing to do. But anyway, okay. So he says, "Haddatha." Who's Ibn Uyayna? Sufyan ibn Uyayna. So now we have an idea who he is. Sufyan ibn Uyayna, right? This is he's originally Iraqi, but Hijazi, contemporary of Imam Malik, right? So you don't find that the Madinis they don't do much tafsir. They don't do a lot of it. It's quite rare. So he's quoting. So he quoting Qatada, that's Basra, right? And then he says here, حدثنا ابن عيينة from Ibn Abi Najih Makki, right? قال سمعت مجاهد Makki, right? So this is a student of Ibn Abbas, right? So Ibn Abbas, he not only had a fiqh school, he also had a tafsir school, right? The Mufassirin of Mecca, right? There's a lot of tafsir in Mecca, a lot of tafsir in Iraq, not much in Medina. Okay, go ahead.
سمعت مجاهدا يقول لغلام له نصراني يا جرير أسلم ثم قال هكذا كان يقال له.
So he says, he was it Mujahid? He said, I heard Mujahid saying to a slave of his, ghulam, a boy, right? Like in American slang, hey boy, right? Like the racist slur. We use the same thing, right? The Prophet said, don't call him slave, say call him my boy, right? Jariya, also girl, right? We use the word boy, right? Nasrani, who's Christian, يا جرير أسلم ثم قال هكذا كان يقال لهم. Meaning, they used to be told become Muslim, but you can't force them. Right? You can't force them. And then it continues.
No,
The next one is from, okay, but let's look at the next one though. What does it say?
different ayah.
Okay, well, who's the source? So Abdul Razak is quoting Ma'mar ibn Rashid, who's quoting al-Kalbi, Ibn Hisham, his name Abdul Malik or Ibn Hisham Kalbi, Kadhab. Right? So like, well, why are you quoting him? Well, it's a source. He's like he's good in history, but he's not considered people don't trust him. So like, oh, so you have all sorts of stories. So here he's talking about so now why does he quote Kalbi? Because Kalbi has a source about history. Oh, there was a person Nimrud and this and that. So when it comes to history, they often quote people who are not super reliable, but they might be specialized in that. Maybe he's traveled a lot. Maybe he's spoken to a lot of people. He's spent time with Persians and Greeks, and he has stories that like, oh yeah, this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. It's going to be useful. So Al-Kalbi has this absolutely awesome book called Kitab al-Asnam. So it goes through all like poetry about the idols and rituals to do the idols. We don't have any other any information. So even if a third of it is accurate, I don't mind. You know, it's useful, right? It's useful. It's like imagine you're going to talk to like your friend died in a gang, and you're going to talk to his friend who's a liar. So well, I want to know what happened. Tell me, like, where were you? Oh, we were in SF. And then he says, okay, where in SF? He's like, you know, he's hiding something, but I have an idea. Start to pick up information. So that's how a detective works. That's how a scholar works. You don't say, if it's not 100% true, you know, what's that guy who has the, he's in Toronto or something like that. He has this like Eastern, Middle Eastern food. If it's not something, it's not right, whatever. It's that guy.
Shelby's?
Yeah. Shelby's. If it's not,
no ketchup, right?
no, something it's not right. It's like, you know, it's got to be perfect, right? It's not like that. You know, if it's not, I don't know, there's some catchphrase he has, shall be something, right? It's not like that. That's an immature way of functioning. It's like here, it's like, yeah, I see the word Kelby, like, you know, but it doesn't make it totally false, right? Anyway, we can skip the quote there. Okay, Bismillah. So let's go now to al-Tabari. So we're now, Tabari is now, we can think of Abdul Razak Sanani, Imam Ahmad, next generation. That's what we're going like we can't almost jumping like 100 years, right? So, La ikraha fi din in Tabari, right? And Tabari is from where? From Tabaristan, right? Not from, so sometimes you have Tabaris who are from like Tiberia in Lake Tiberia in Palestine, right? But usually when we say Tabari, we mean from Tabaristan. So he's from Iran, right? Like most of these scholars.
You can live with them. Yes. Click Tafsir, right? Go and click it. Yeah, and so,
Is it down here?
yeah, just do first the ayah.
Yeah,
ayah,
yeah, I have it.
and then just click the stuff.
Okay. Yes, here.
Yeah,
Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
So you can imagine how many books you're gonna have to do tafsir, right? So yeah, so you know, once you have a footing in Talab al-Ilm, your main problem then is like how to start swimming. So like imagine for example, someone teach you how to scuba dive and do deep sea diving. They said, here you go, here's a Pacific. Like, well, where do I start? I don't know. You tell me. Like there's literally like infinite things you have. It's like, well, if I know my aqidah, I know my fiqh, I know nahu, I know sarf, I know usul, and it's like read this tafsir and this is like, when does it stop? It doesn't stop. Like a ridiculous amount of things. Like Sheikh Ali Hani, my teacher in tafsir, said like I sat with him for like 2 or 3 days. We went through like how to do tafsir, approximately 100 books to do a tafsir of an ayah. Right, that's keeping it short. Like, I want to do a tafsir of an ayah, approximately 100 books.
Single ayah.
Per single ayah. Like where do you start? Right, if you want to go further, you want to go further. Right. So it's not a joke. Like it's really not a joke.
I got coffee for everyone. I'm going to grab it, but I sent the screenshot.
Okay. Okay.
Which one's long, right?
Mm-hmm. So anyone else gonna read? Mm-hmm. Just don't do any cat. What's it called?
I won't.
Kala. It's fine. No, I'm joking. You can do whatever you want. It's okay, guys. No one's gonna be la ikrah. Oh, where does it start? La ikrah.
Yeah,
Okay, there it says, ذكر من قال ذلك. What does that mean? It's got to
Right
start.
here. Then
Where does it start though?
this paragraph is not shown in the printed.
It's not shown in the print. Gotta see.
Wait, where does it start?
It's got to start before that.
Let's read this. This is what
Before.
Yeah.
For here.
Kappa.
I'm good.
You literally got me a cuppa. I was like, no, I was about to tell you, it's a cuppa. You cuppa, you should say for tea. It's like, yeah, this is tea. Like this guy's like not pulling any punches.
Okay, I can begin.
Okay, Bismillah. So anyway, so notice Tabari is now saying there's two opinions. Did Abdul Razzaq Sanani do that? No, because he now has a lot of information. He's going to start sifting. So when you go, the further you go back, the more raw the material is. And it's like, so this is the problem with the Salafi, is I just want raw data. Isn't that the opposite of AI? Like how to sift, like they have like 50,000 cameras watching people, and I want to know what percent of people breaking windows are this age, right? That's what AI will do. And so now how can I educate them? So I'm going to ask, have AI to look at all the cameras in these different schools in California, find out how many windows were broken by which grades, and then the best way to financially fund training, right? Like highly processed information. That's what we're paying and fighting for. And they're like, no, we want unprocessed information. Like you say yakhir baitak, use that phrase,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, right. It's like shabab, like it's a very bad word in Arabic. It's like, may Allah destroy your house. But it's like, what's your problem, bro? Like somebody came along and they painstakingly sifted through all the information, right? And they came to a conclusion like, no, I want the original information. When it's super confusing. Like you go through this stuff and it's like half of this stuff is random. Like a lot of like random information. Like I don't know how to process it. I don't know what's going on, right? Like Ibn Wahab said that. He says, if it wasn't for Layth and Malik, I'll be lost. Like, because like there's so much information, So Allah yadeen baitik, inshallah. Okay, bismillah. It's funny, like, because different words have different weight in different culture, right?
Yeah.
So like in Jordan, I was in an adult settings, people would use that, or they use it as praise. And other cultures, like, dude, you might be heard it like your dad, uncle getting angry, cussing somebody else, and all that. Like, whoa, it's like a cuss word, It's like, whoa, I once somebody wrote a poetry, and I said, "Qatalak Allah," and someone was like, "Oh, what's your problem? Like, why are you angry?" On social media, and I was like, "It's praise. Qatalak Allah is praise." It's like, dude, I mean, may Allah fight you, but it means like, dude, like, how'd you do that? It's the opposite, So
they also use like they use the word deen somewhere. It's kind of like khabbatik, except they use deen.
Yeah, which is really, but that's you shouldn't say that,
Yeah,
I mean, nobody shouldn't say that phrase anymore. But now you're talking about deen, it's like what?
Yeah.
And then they want to curse you by saying Allah yalan shaitan. Like, it's like, yeah, what's wrong with that? Like, may Allah curse my devil. Yeah. So then it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't identify with the shaitan that's trying to, anyway. So Bismillah, go ahead.
This will be a little bit weird.
No worries.
القول في تأويل قوله لا إكراه في الدين قد تبين الرشد من الغي قال أبو جعفر اختلف أهل التأويل في معنى ذلك.
بمعنى ذلك, right? So Abu Ja'far, this is Imam Tabari, said there's three opinions, right? We didn't see that before, right?
فقال بعضهم نزلت هذا الآية في قوم من أنصار أو في رجل منهم كان لهم أولاد قد هودوهم أو نصروهم فلما جاء
هودوهم أو نصروهم
هودوهم أو نصروهم فلما جاء الله بالإسلام أرادوا إكراههم عليه فنهاهم الله عن ذلك حتى يكونوا هم يختارون الدخول في الإسلام.
Good. So you can't do that. So now we're going to come along and say, look how Islam is pluralistic and we value all religions. We don't value all religions. We tolerate all religions. Here's Sahih Bukhari, and Jesus, son of Mary, will soon come and break crosses. That's how tolerant we are. Right? So it's actually a disservice when you tell people Islam is tolerant. I mean, Islam values all religions. We don't. We tolerate. So Islam is very tolerant. Look at Europe, how they treated different religions. You're Catholic in the wrong country, you're Protestant in the wrong country. Look at Muslim Spain, right? There is a big difference. Look at in Morocco, all the Jews that were there until like 1930s, whatever, or in Baghdad, the Jews in Baghdad, or in Afghanistan, all over the place, right? So tolerant, but there's a big difference between tolerant and respect. Like my son wants to change his gender. Okay, I want to kick him out of the house. I want to kick him out of the house. Do you respect it? No, I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. But I'm going to tolerate it. I'm trying to help him. There's a big difference between respect and tolerate, right? And if you tell somebody Islam respects all religions, Islam does not respect all religions. Islam tolerates other religions to an extent, right? Go ahead.
Do you think there's a over swinging of the pendulum?
120%.
People might be like model minority slash.
Yeah, because
not strict perennial relativism.
yeah,
but
because
like,
what it is for two reasons. It's basically like this, right? Okay, I'll not say bad things about Malaysia, but let's say like Malaysia, right? In Malaysia, they accept everybody. Like you have now, that's the system. It makes a lot of money. So we just had Diwali, it's like it makes tons of money, right? If Saudi accepts all religions, it's going to make more money. Quraysh made money by accepting everyone's idols. So the more pluralistic you are, the more money you're going to make, and the more people like you. Simple as that. Prophet, what did he do? Ruin business, right? He came in, broke all the idols. No more, right? So he ruined business for everybody. But that's the cost, right? It's like, so 100%. Go ahead.
This is not really a tangent, but I was kind of like when you were talking about how the Prophet Muhammad used the sword to kind of spread Islam. How would one because you said to speak the truth, to try your best to speak the truth wherever you go. It's gonna be hard because
yeah.
So,
but what I'm saying, there's a difference between being silent and lying. It's like, dude, that's not even true. It's like,
how does one use that because what if some Kafar is trying to disprove Islam or trying to disprove the Prophet Muhammad's authenticity or whatever. How do you if you're gonna talk about that point where he used the sword to spread Islam, it kind of I don't know if it's
it sounds bad.
It sounds bad, yeah.
So not the key thing is basically number one is knowing who the Prophet was and seeing those things but it's just basically so where we are right now is just because we're super stupid and Western, right? So that's nobody in the world functioned like that. Nobody would so for example, who in the past criticized Prophet marrying somebody who's underage? Nobody, because normal. Who criticized Prophet because he went to war? Nobody. It's not normal. Crusaders doing the whole time. So just basically what happened in the West is we all become and it's all part of social engineering, is that we don't value war, but we go to war all the time. It's like Guantanamo Bay. Never on our soil. Why would American ever do that? Okay, it's doing Guantanamo Bay. So it's exactly that analogy. We these Westerners, we talk about freedom, we don't have freedom. We talk about equality, we don't have equality. We talk about human rights, we don't give people human rights, and it's just all fake. And it's just dude, that's not reality. So half of it's dude, just hard reality, right? So a lot of these things, there's a lot of hard reality that people just don't get because they live in la la land, meaning the Western mentality. The Western for the 99% who's controlled by the 1%, it's you live in this la la land where you think everything's really good. You think Americans are nice people, it's a really bad country on multiple levels. Continues to be a really bad country. But yeah, an American who walks around the world always thinks he's a good person and think is moral. English people are not moral. Right? I don't feel they're very moral because they're more with it, They're yeah, bomb Baghdad, why not? The Arabs, so who cares? In my town, they had a pub which is called the Saracen's Head, literally a picture of an Arab. It's this is we cut off Arab's head and there we go. That's a pub. There we go. You also go and get drunk, right? That's at least you're a bit more real. An American, it's painfully stupid, and it's not even funny. And then they go to war and they're whoa, what happened? So so a lot of these things when I talk about gender stuff, some just go on tangents, right? But forgive that. I'm gonna go mute.
We finished at right before that ذكر قال ذلك.
So now, وَذِكْرُ مَنْ قَالَ that. Now he's going to mention this position and that position, right? So he's actually sifting. He's beginning to sift through information, but it's going to take, just like ulum al-Quran, we've said like 400 years. It's going to take 400 years to sift through the information, and actually even more than that. So information is sifted through based on how much we need to sift through it. So if you look at information to do with halal, haram, done very quickly. Aqidah, done very quickly. An ayah that doesn't apply to me, there's not going to be that much sifting. So you may find that it's going to be like, you still don't have a final position? Like, no. So you now, in the 21st century, like, I'm still sifting through this stuff? Like, yeah. You know? So one of the complaints Sheikh Ali Hani was like, I wish they just put all the information in one place so then you can sift through it. I mean, he's sifting through it. Right? So Adiyat, is you sorted Adiyat? Are you talking about Mujahideen? Or are you talking about the kuffar who are attacking other tribes? I don't know. Good question. Really important question. It's open. Like, there's this and there's this. Like, well, what's the final answer? It's not there. So it's not like the madhahib, because everybody is in it day and out asking, what is that? Is it halal? Is it haram? You get an answer. But a lot of other things is just open. It's like just not really there. I mean, it's not like not there at all. There's the information. It has been edited, but not fully edited, right?
This mutashabihat, from an aqidah perspective, we have an ayat. It's ambiguous of what it means.
Mhm.
Is there a place in
It's not
aqidah?
that's not part of so that's not part of tafsir. That's part of usul al-fiqh. So usul al-fiqh is going to tell you how to deal with language, or what is clear and what is not clear in principle. Then we're going to apply those semantic and you it's called hermeneutics to the text, and then we're going to say this is clear, this is not clear. And clear we're going to put in the category of aqidah. So this verse is clear, khalas. If you disagree with it, you're a kafir.
But I mean, in terms of aqidah, is there a place for us to say we've lost the context? For example, asbab nuzul of this ayah. Is it?
Not really, no. I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
So we have it just needs to be.
No, so it's just like the asbab al-nuzul. So in reality, that's a fiqh point, right? I go and ask the mufti, am I allowed to the qadi, will the qadi force somebody to become Muslim? No. So it's already there. They won't do it. The fiqh is there. Now the specific details, was it this or was it this? That doesn't really matter too much, because it might be the whole picture, you know. Social strife in America. Well, what's like them different forms of it, but social strife in America led to this. Okay. Right. So we know the cause of the event, but the actual specifics of the cause of the event, which thing triggered the thing off first? Was it the setting fire to cars in this city, or was it the racial thing there? It's like, well, it's kind of both similar. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, Bismillah. Who's reading? Bismillah.
حدثنا محمد بن بشار قال حدثنا ابن أبي عدي عن شعبة عن شعبة عن أبي بشر عن سعيد بن حبير عن ابن عباس قال
سعيد بن جبير
سعيد بن جبير عن أبي عباس قال
on Ibn Abbas. So now this is Sa'id ibn Jubair from Ibn Abbas. We're talking about, I'm now tapping into a Meccan school, right?
Is this also the first appearance of like actual train?
No, we saw it before. We saw it with Abdul Razak.
Oh, Abdul Razak,
yeah.
right.
And other people. So Abdul Razak was just an example of that genre, but there's going to be lots of things like that.
Gotcha. كانت المرأة تكون مقالة فتعجل على نفسها إن عاش لها ولد أن تهوده فلما
and تهوده. Lest he become, she was like very scared that he'd become a Jew, right?
Oh, that makes sense. أن تهوده فلما أجليت بنو النضير نضير الغي.
Yeah,
كان فيهم من I skipped a line, sorry. بنو النضير كان فيهم من أبناء الأنصار فقالوا لا ندع أبناءنا فأنزل الله تعالى ذكره لا إكراه في الدين.
Yeah, we're not going to leave our kids like that. We're going to force them to become Muslim. And you can't. Right? And so when can you force your kids? Approximately like up to the age of like 8. You can't really talk. I mean,
practically,
you can't. And practically speaking, it doesn't like the kids know who they are already. They've already formed. Daddy doesn't make sense. Daddy does make sense. Islam makes sense. Islam doesn't make sense, right? So you have to be, it's got to be very authoritative, or what's called authoritative and not authoritarian, because it doesn't work, right?
What is this word? Latin?
مقلاة وتجعل على نفسها إن عاش لها ولد أن تهولا. مقلاة, I don't know what that means. أن تكون مقلاة على نفسها ولا فلما فلما أجليت بنو النضير, then when they were cast out, أجليت, الإجلاء is to cast out. So I don't know what this كانت مقلاة قلا, I don't know what that means. قلته, what the root letters are. قلته, I'm not sure. The meme is not asli, it's قلته. Okay, so anyway, so basically, okay, we want our kids back. Like, no, you can't. Right. So your kids became Jews and joined with them. They're with them, خلاص. Right. Okay, so let's continue.
Just to clarify, so like the difference is about like what's the
exact story? So we had story that we left our kids being raised by Jews. We raised our kids with kids. But what's going to happen is all of those things happened, right?
Yeah.
But one tafsir didn't give you the whole picture.
Right.
So now I'm going to do tafsir of this ayah. I want to go here. Everything before Tabari, and then everything after him. And like, oh, and then I actually got to go to other things as well. I've got to go to the hadith verses of al-Ahkam. And he's going to give me all the madahib on this, on that, and all these different positions. And then I'm also going to go to balagha. That's why you're going to do 100 tafsirs to get one thing, right?
But ultimately, it doesn't change like the fiqh. It's just like
But it may do.
was it this
It may
story?
do when it comes to the halal haram. Yeah, be like, right? Like, be like, what's the ayah? Is it this or is it this? And you're going to be, so now you're going to start going through everything and you'll be like, yeah, it could change the fiqh. Here we're looking at something we already agreed on, but it could be, yeah. So you're trying to find, like, you're trying to do ijtihad. So this is someone's going to do ijtihad. Habibi, you know what ijtihad is like? You've literally looked at everything. So that means you've looked at everything online and not online, and things that are in manuscript. So don't come and say you've done ijtihad if you haven't looked at books that aren't printed yet, because a lot of books aren't printed yet. You know? So that's like someone who's done ijtihad, like, whoa, you must have read a lot of books, and you ask them. The guy doesn't know anything. All he's done is Google stuff. Like, Google through things there and like, I am mujtahid. You know? It's like, I have no problem with you doing a better job than all of these imams. No problem. It'll be very happy if you did a better job. But you should actually do it. You know? Like, actually do it. Right? It's like, oh, Dad, you don't know anything. Okay. Live my life and do a better job. So, oh, well, okay, go. Go and do it. I'm very happy to see you do my job and do it better. Right? But it's a lot of just hot people talk. They don't want to do the work. And the work is extremely difficult. You do ijtihad in anything is extremely difficult. Do a PhD. And my brother did his PhD. He said he saw a PhD student saying, "Don't ask me about my PhD." You know, it's like, right? It's like all you're doing is trying to find one discussion, one point that's fairly small on this pile of. So now, so it's just people who like, yeah, I'm a mujtahid. Like, I just follow Quran. That's what you're saying. I follow Quran. Like, I just do my own opinions. Like, what you do is lots of really, really bad judgments. That's what you do. You know, like, you know what did Churchill say? Churchill said, you know, the alleged to have said. He said that the strongest proof against democracy is a 2-minute conversation with the average voter. Like, you go and talk to him, why do you go Trump? He's like, I don't know, because he's against gay people. Okay, is he actually against, like, you know, or why did you vote for so and so? Like, it's not you actually don't have a real reason why you're voting. So therefore, this is not democracy, because you didn't empower the people to make a choice. So it's not actually democracy, right? As we know. But so the same thing is that you're going to ask this person, they all just follow Quran and Sunnah. It's like, okay, so did you read all of these tafsirs and all of these hadith commentaries, and you looked at all these hadith narrators, and you did all of this, and you've written this, and you've written this, and yeah, like al-Tabari himself. 15 years he gave fatwa in the Shafi school, and then he had his own madhab, and he had his own school, right? But this guy is not a normal person, right? You see that his book on history, that's a summary of his book on history. Same thing, tafsir is like this, and half of the book is lost. He's always referring to books that we have that are lost. So it's like the amount that he wrote, how much did he read? You know, how much did he study? So you can nobody is bound to follow A or B, but just put your money where your mouth is, and right when you can't do basic stuff, right? You know, I remember Sheikh Sadek. It's so funny, like, you know, Imam Bakr often put in this situation where he had to translate for Sheikh Sadek, and he's like, you know, if these people saw these people, they would yataghawwatu. And he's like, Imam Bakr is like, you know, they would, and he's like, and you know, Sheikh Said, his English was good, and he's like, no, translate it. It's like, you know, it's like, how do you translate? I can't, it's like rude, like you can't, like, translate the goddamn word because he's trying to make a point. You know, it's like they would, they would. I can't even say it. You know, it's like because it's like, dude, you're just. It's like here we're sitting here doing like one tiny little thing, and it's that hard to read this, read that, and it's like, dude, you're making fatwa, and like I think this is just don't right. Rahimullah Imran. عرف قدره وقف عنده, right? Like, you know that you don't know for crying out loud, right? I don't know, don't talk then. خلاص, right? Anyway, I'm trying to make mujtahid imams out of you, so let's keep going. Okay, Bismillah.
Okay. Does anyone else want to read or
Anybody else? You know?
My Arabic is even weaker.
Alhamdulillah.
start with it. We did what we did.
حدثنا أبي بشر
Ibn Bashar.
ابن بشار قال حدثنا محمد بن جعفر قال حدثنا سعيد
Mhm.
عن أبي بشر عن سعيد بن
Jubair.
جبير
He was crucified by Hajjaj.
قال
So that's what happens to you when you speak the truth. You get crucified. Yeah.
قال كانت المرأة
Al-mar'atu. Mhm.
مرأة تكون
Did we just do that one?
No.
There's another one.
Yeah, another one. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
مقال
I think it's miqlatan, the same word. I can't see it. Maybe she's upset or something. I don't know. Qala is the hate. I don't know. Oh, she would never have any. She would never. Her kids wouldn't survive. Yeah. ولا يعيش لها ولد. She wouldn't have. Her children would keep dying.
قال شعبة
Mhm.
وإما هو
وإنما هو. Mhm.
مقالات
Mhm.
فتجعل عليها إن بقي لها ولد
So she was saying, Ya Allah, like, oh, none of my kids will survive. So Ya Allah, okay. If any of my kids survive, I'll make them Jewish and I'm right. So I'll maybe try something else, you know? Yeah.
قال فلما أجليت
فلما أجليت. Mhm.
بنو نصارى
Banadir of the Jews. Mhm. So this is probably in the terms of this is probably in what's it called, in Medina before the Prophet came, before the Muslims. They're mushrikeen, so they're like, she's like, let's try another god, you know, I'm worshiping this god, worshiping this god, let's try another god, you know. Hey, you know, I'll you know, Ya Allah, I'll make my kid Jewish if they survive, and then they survive, right? So now he's older, he's a teen, and then they the Arabs of Medina become Muslim, and they're like, okay, khalas, you're with us. Like, no, he became Jewish, right? So I don't think it's during Islam. It's not like during Islam.
كان فيهم من هم فقالت الأنصار كيف نصنع
What we're supposed to do?
كيف نصنع بنائنا
What we're supposed to do with our kids? Yeah. فنزلت.
فنزلت هذه
So نزلت هذه آية لا إكراه. So what does this do? Like, I made them Jews, and now they're with the Jews. But don't I have control of them? No, you don't have control of them, right? Right. So this is again, people you know, many Eastern people, they also think with their kids, like, okay, I have control of my kids. There's a limitation how much control you have of your kids, right? Like, you know, let's say in front of the court, here's your daughter, she's 14 and she wants to get married. She has a haqq to get married. And they're like, no, you gotta finish high school, you gotta do this. You're like, well, she wants to get married. Like, what do you want to do about it? She's like, I'm going to go to court and I'm going to get married. Yeah, we can't. I have a right to get married. You're not getting me married. I'm going to go to the court and the court's going to get me married off. Khalas. You know, it's like, oh, but it's like, yeah, like, so that like your kid is your kid until they reach puberty. Now it's just another person, you know? So the way we look at it is like kind of different. Like, oh no, like, you know, but it's like, that's just how it is, right? They leave Islam at that age. What am I supposed to do, right? So I'm not saying we should neglect kids, we shouldn't do that thing, but it's like the idea that it's my property. It's like not your property. You should care about them, like your brother. Like, dude, your brother's having a hard time. Like, dude, come and stay with me. Come to the masjid with me. Try this, try that, right? Try everything you can. But at the end of the day, is you're one person. That's another person, right? Go ahead.
Sometimes we look at it, if someone's kid became Muslim, we would be like supportive of it as Muslims, mostly, and we wouldn't think of it in the same way.
Yeah.
If our kids were to, affect.
Yeah, we don't yeah.
But don't like at the end of the day, like parents have that right over their children. Like you have to respect them.
It's a fiqh issue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So respect is one thing we all go and respect, but to what extent can I tell my kids to do things? To what extent are they actually obliged to do it? You know, there's difference of agreement, but like Shaykh Shaf in the Shafi school is very limited, extremely limited. So it's like your dad says, pick up the spoon. You don't have to pick up the spoon. Go upstairs. You don't have to do that. In the Shafi school. So it's like, but the point is just the mentality. Like I taught at the school, and you see, like I'm talking to a woman. Okay, she's in grade 6, 7, 8. She's actually a woman, and you're thinking her as my baby. It's like she's not your baby. She's actually an adult. Well, it's an adult. Like when you grow up, you're gonna do this, 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 this. Like, it's like that's not your. So you got you. This is another brother or sister in Islam. There's another brother and sister in Islam, and support them as much as you can. And the same thing is like, oh, but my dad didn't buy me a car. It's like, then your dad doesn't have to buy you a car. You're 16, go and work, bro. You're 16, go and get married. You can get married at 16 in California. Like you'll get married. Like, so then I feel bad. So classic, Jordanian societies in Jordan, it's like get a riba loan so you can marry your son off. It's like, Habibi, it's the other way around. You're not supposed to get a riba loan. Obviously it's haram. And number two, he's supposed to marry you off. Like it's like, so people look at things like, they look at things in the wrong way. Right? It's like, so here's an example, like as a kid, your kid became Jewish and they reached puberty and khalas, and now been expelled with these people and they want to be with these people. What do you want to do about it?
The largest bearing loans in the Gulf are people's wedding loans.
There we go.
Not mortgages or cars. Wedding.
Yeah, because may Allah forgive us. Okay, Bismillah, where do we get to?
It's long.
Actually,
yeah, it's long.
Yeah, it says we said that.
Right, let's just get to at least let's skip to the next position. ذكر من قال ذلك. So he says وقال آخرون بل معناه ذلك لا يكره أهل الكتاب على الدين إذا بذلوا الجزية ولكنهم يقرون على دينهم قالوا الآية في خاص من الكفار ولم ينسخ منها شيء. So he says وذكر من قال ذلك. That's the next page, on page 551. The last paragraph on 551. حدثنا بشر بن معاذ.
It's there. Let me get it.
Was it already there?
Number.
Oh, there we go.
What number?
This is
5,000
not pages. This is just the
line was
number.
5,827.
Yeah, so it's on page top says 551. It's that, and it says there's a new paragraph that says ذكر من قال ذلك. Right. This is hard to read, guys. So, right. Imagine reading a manuscript, guys. Imagine there's no paragraphing, there's no page numbers, and there's no gaps anywhere. Because whenever you left the gap, they said that's problematic. Somebody might add something to your book. Don't do that. So the thing is line to line. Imagine now you're going to go and study. So now, in order to study Tafsir Tabari, you're going to copy the whole thing out. Right. Exactly.
Wait, line to line, like the top with the bottom?
There's no gaps on the page.
No title.
No title. Here it says, look, new gap, space, ذكر من قال ذلك, boom. And then it's like, oh, like right now you can be in this class and be like, hey, tick, 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 tick. Like, it was so, like, it's funny, in Malaysia, they have this thing called, not Timu, it's called something else. It's something like Timu, right? And then I'm looking for this book and it's available on that thing. It's like, what? So you might find Tafsir Tabari at not Waterstones, at Walmart. You see, something have the random like hash it somewhere on Walmart. Because they just look at they just find stuff and The book is available in 10 days. You know, so here it's like you can get this book printed of you in a nice table like this, boom, today. It's like in the past, like, dude, you have to work very hard to read the text, copy it out, hard work, right? That's what they did, right? Copy all of these things out. Insane, right?
Were most of these manuscripts privately owned, or were they like
They're privately owned, privately owned. And then if you want to go and get a copy, you might pay a copyist. They might do that. How much are you going to pay him? Exactly. So everything's paper is super expensive. Ink was super expensive. Everything's expensive. Today, everything's cheap and easy. So we have it easier than they did, but we have less himmah. May Allah forgive us, right? Okay, Bismillah. Anyone else want to read? Muhammad will read.
Which one are we reading?
We want ذكر من قال ذلك. The بشر بن معاذ. Yep.
قال حدثنا يزيد قال حدثنا سعيد عن قتادة لا إكراه في الدين قد بين الرشد من الغي قال إكراه عليه
أكره عليه هذا الحي من العرب. This specific group of Arabs, they were forced. لأنهم كانوا أمة أمية ليس لهم كتاب يعرفونه. So notice in the other quote from Qatada, it said they didn't have a deen. Here we're quoting Qatada again, but he's saying they don't have a book. Oh, there's a difference, right? So they want أهل كتاب, okay? ليس لهم كتاب يعرفونه. فلم يقبل منهم غير الإسلام. Right? So what about then Hindus? Don't they have a holy scripture? You know what I'm saying? Right? فلم يقبل منهم غير الإسلام ولا يكره عليه أهل الكتاب إذا أقروا بالجزية أو بالخراج ولم يفتنوا عن دينهم فخلي عنهم. Right? They were not punished or forced to leave their deen, and they were left alone. خلي عنهم. Right? They were left alone. Right? So this is useful because I need to go, well, maybe it's a different quote. Qatada said this. We'll look at different quotes for Qatada. Slight different meaning. They didn't have a deen. They also didn't have a book. They didn't have a formal religion. They didn't have, there's a difference. And, so that's why, this is what we mean by ijtihad. It's like, when you look at a hadith, which version of that hadith? So you might say, well, for you riwayah, another version of that hadith, another version, different shade. Oh, there was one weak version of the hadith. In this book, you didn't read it. And it changed the sense of it slightly. That was this cool thing, right? Like Sayyidina Jibreel, just as an example, right? That hadith of Sayyidina Jibreel doesn't come to the Prophet ﷺ for a while. So why? Because there was a puppy under the bed, right? One version says, and it belonged to Hassan. It's like, whoa, you changed the whole picture on me. Like, look, see why you can't have a dog? And you're like, yeah, but that dog belonged to Hassan. Like, whoops. You know what I'm saying? Like, you suddenly changed the game. Like, oh, what happened there? You're confused. Like, so that's what ijtihad has. Like, if you read this book and 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 this book, it's insane what these people do. It's a lot of, I have to do a lot of research, find out things, it's not just one hadith. I know this hadith, but I know the other shades of that hadith, the other sides of that hadith, other versions of the hadith, right? It's like, dude, you don't even know what miqlat is. Get out of here, right? Like, I don't know what it is. Like, and I'm going to ijtihad, right? Shaykh al-Islam Farid Dingle, great. Can't even read the book, even if it's printed for you. Even if you have 10 apps to find the word, you couldn't even be bothered to look it up. You know what I'm saying? Whereas these people, it's like, I think it was Abu Hatim Razi, he said, I've urinated blood 3 times studying hadith. Like, getting sick, I'm traveling from here to here to here. And you see what's happening? It's like they were traveling at the worst possible time, like wars going on. Like this, like everyone would think you were a spy. So like imagine, for example, like, oh, where did you study? Oh, I studied in like Syria. Like when? Oh, during that time. Like how? Like himma habibi, right? Like Sheikh Abdul Yahya?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, I was like, you guys are still going to Yemen? Like he's like, yeah, it's fine. Go to Hadramaut. It's like, it's fine. Like, dude, it's like, it's really hard, but it's like, yeah. Right. So these people, it's not, and how bad things were. I remember I did this presentation on Ibn Hibban once, and he's like, again, it's like the world is a mess. The black stone had just been stolen. Imagine that, the black stone is stolen. Imagine if someone nuked the Kaaba, yeah, the Kaaba was catapulted, right? Like that happened. Like that hasn't happened in my time, So we're like, oh my God, I'm traumatized by, whatever. It's like, dude, look at these people, like they, went through hell and back again, basically, really, really hard. Male Africans. Okay, we have an idea of Tabari, and we want to go now to, that's that one done, right? We now want to go to, what was it? The next verse is, we didn't look at Baghawi and Ibn Kathir. There we go. let's skip that, okay, because we're running out. You can see we've done like probably 1/20th of today's work so far. And so let's try and go ahead. Let's look at يا أيها الذين آمنوا beginning of Surah Tahrim in Ibn Kathir, okay? So okay, let's split it up. So one of you, two of you look it up in Tabari, and the rest of you look it up in Ibn Kathir. Okay.
You do what?
I'm gonna do Tabari.
Okay.
That first ayah for that.
I just type the verse. So you don't say yeah when no because it's a lot. So you have to make fun unique and so when it shows it, there's sort of and then these are the popular.
When they make the Mukhtasar for these books, how do they choose the first to put?
Yeah, so you gotta digest it,
Yeah.
You gotta find out what the summary is. So you have Mukhtasar Tafsir, and it's useful.
Very,
So that's what it is. Whenever you see a Mukhtasar, it's always they cut out certain information that you think might be relevant.
short,
You know?
short,
So
Which is based on the author.
based on the author, right? So like Quduri is going to be a Mukhtasar of a million other books that he's going to do, and he's like, well, I need you to give you the main masail. What's the most important thing?
The unique ones portion. It's not.
Okay.
I just put a screenshot of like the first page.
You doing Tabari?
Tabari.
And then
Oh, well, that was
yeah,
nice.
this is close to me.
Well, I thought that's probably one.
There's a lot. So
Yeah.
close. So the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I can get the email there. There we go.
and what are the different what is this?
You got
Yeah.
that?
These different tabs.
So this is like so this is like
Moldova.
like Tehran. Quran. Like here's the book.
You want the Tabari one?
Was this most?
Yeah, I put it in the WhatsApp. It's a long one, so we'll probably only be.
Okay, guys.
You guys tell me if it give me.
So before guys online, I'm sorry you're missing out a lot today. Okay, Bismillah. So go ahead. Read. That's like. Okay, Bismillah. So who's gonna read them?
I can read.
Bismillah, go ahead.
This is
You want to just jump to Haddathani because he's going to mention the first position we said. Basically, say there's two opinions on this verse, right? So the verse says, "Oh well, ya أيها النبي لما تحرم أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم." I.e., why did you do that? Don't do that. So then, first opinion is the story is that the Prophet ﷺ slept with Mari Qatbiyya, and then what's it called? Hafsa found out, she was very upset, and the Prophet swore by Allah that he would not sleep with her again. Right? So then he says, if you go to Haddatha Muhammad ibn Abdurrahim al-Barqi, presumably.
حدثني محمد بن عبد الرحيم البرقي قال ثاني
حدثني yeah. ثنا there's حدثنا or حدثني.
حدثني ابن أبي مريم قال حدثنا أبو غسان قال حدثني زيد بن
Who's a tabi'i, he's not a sahabi. Okay, so there's a mursal hadith.
زيد بن أسلم أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أصاب إبراهيم في بيت
في بيت بعض نسائه. So bait meaning room, right? Because they didn't really have houses, they just had rooms, right?
بيت بعض نسائه قال فقالت أي رسول الله means رسول الله يا رسول الله في بيتي وعلى فراشي, right? في بيتي فجعلها عليه حراما. فقالت يا رسول الله كيف تحرم عليك الحلال؟ فحلف لها بالله ألا يصيبها. فأنزل الله عز وجل يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك. قال زيد وقوله أنت علي haram laghun. So a man says about his female slave that so there's a big difference between divorce and manumission. So freeing a slave
is one thing, divorce something else. So you tell your wife that she's haram to you and you intend divorce, right? Or maybe not even divorce, depending on different positions, it could actually be count. Whereas telling your own property, right? So I tell my car, I can't ride you. I can't drive in you. So what does that mean? Right? As opposed to with a slave, the issue of manumission, you say, hey, you're free to go. You can't say that. If you say as a joke, you told your slave, oh, you're free. And then he's like, oh, I was just joking. He's like, no, he's free. Khalas, done. Right? So it's different as opposed to you're haram to me. That's not the essential relationship with the slave. The essential relationship is property. Right? So the Prophet owned Mari Khatbiya. He wasn't married to Mari Khatbiya. There's a difference, right? Right. So this again, I'm talking about how we're all Westerners, like, how could you own a human being? You crazy? You know? Like, yeah, you can own human beings.
So, this is Faqalat. Is that Maria Qibtiyya asking?
No, Hafsa.
Oh.
Like, how are you going to make that? Like, how are you actually going to do that, right?
Oh, I see.
Right. Okay, good. If you just do one more quote. Mm-hmm.
حدثني يعقوب قال حدثني ابن علي
ابن علي.
علي قال حدثنا داود بن أبي هند عن شعب
عن الشعبي
قال
مسروق is a student of Abdullah Mas'ud, so also mursal hadith, right?
إن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم حرم جاريته وآل منها
وآلا منها. آلا, he swore an oath that he would not sleep with her.
فجعل الحلال حراما.
جعل الحلال حراما.
فجعل الحلال حراما. وقال في اليمين قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made obligatory for you to do a tahilla of yamin, to undo your vows, right? So then it's going to go next position. Skip down. He says, قال آخر كان ذلك شرابا يشربه كان يعجبه ذلك. Totally different explanation, right? So that basically he had drank something and they noticed it and he said, no, I'm never going to drink that again. Totally different thing. Right?
Was there a context to that, like why they didn't like that he drank that thing, or
we can see? Oh. There we go. This is the Pacific that you're learning how to swim in, you know?
Because I feel like this is the version that I heard before.
Yeah, but why? So why exactly? So what is interesting? You got the different order, you know?
I think I understand why.
With this one, I think so. Yeah. But the whole issue is this again. When we went last week, we had this discussion like the Sunday school versus reality. So the Sunday school, like this is the version of the deen I understand. It's like, yeah, well, there's lots of versions of the deen, you know. When you get to specific, like, well, there's different ways you can look at that. Right? Go ahead. So it says, where was it? The first one. حدثنا أبو المثنى قال ومثله.
This is the next dhikr. I think I lost it.
So there was a drink. That's all I just mentioned. The drink. فإن قال قائل فبرهانك Okay, but anyway, it has. Okay, I think it's here. And so we're about the asal, right? So here's a question: is it confusing here? Is it clear what the second position is here? I'm trying to find it. Where is it? So it says the other one is about a drink, and it's like, well, what's the context of that drink then? Where does it say asal? Which one? Which one?
For me, we have Ibn Kathir, but
Are you having Kathir? So what's the difference between Tabari and Ibn Kathir then? I'm looking here like there's some drink that the Prophet forbade. Why would he do that? And in reality, Ibn Kathir is going to give you more of a context that he's at one of the wife's houses, and then he's had some honey from there, and they're like, oh, why did you have some food from the other wife's house on my day? Totally different picture, well, not similar thing. So the issue is, why would he then say tabtaghi mardat azwajik? Like, why are you trying to please your wives? Oh, I won't drink that thing ever again because I hurt your feelings or whatever it was, right? So, and I just want a quick side point. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what do we learn then? Was we learned that there was a picture in Tabari. It's not very clear what's going on. There's a second opinion, but it doesn't really make much sense. Why would that be the case? Why would he not allow himself to drink something? Right? It's a bit odd. So then we go. So the further we go back, the less clarity we're going to have. The further you go forward, the more clarity you're going to have. So why be like, okay, wait, why would you look in Tabari? Are you interested in Asanid? Yeah. I know about the narrator. Oh, okay, go ahead. Well, I don't really care about that. I just want to see like the upshot, right? I might look at the Ibn Kathir or even later than that. Okie dokie. We're really running out of time. What time's the prayer? 12:30?
1:30.
1:30. Okay. Okay, so where do we get to? So we've looked at a number of things. We're gonna have to skip a lot because we don't have any more time on that. So that's Tafsir Athari. We had some idea. There's a lot more to go through. And again, you have to get your feet wet. Just pick up Tafsir Tabari, flick through it, etc. So, just an example of Himma, Sheikh Hassan Hito, you're familiar with his name, right? So he was like, before he went to Azhar, I know he's like a teenager, he like read all the printed version, all the printed volumes of Tafsir Tabari that, come out like, as soon as it comes out, it's like huge, right? And so it's like, and he's not a hadith tafsir teacher. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do. Okay, so we looked at that and we have an idea. Now I want to go to a hadith al-Ahkam because it's just a little bit easier. Okay, so a hadith al-Ahkam, Tafsir al-Tabari is also a hadith al-Ahkam because I want to find out about halal and haram. We're going to find a whole debate there. It's going to be great. It's going to be useful. But we have other ones as well. We have, for example, al-Jassas, Abu Bakr al-Jassas, early Hanafi. He has a commentary on Imam al-Tahawi's Mukhtasar and Hanafi fiqh. So that's Sharh Mukhtasar al-Tahawi. And Jassas is like one of these gigantic, super Hanafi scholars, right? And he's somewhat early. I think he's 5th century or early or 4th century, something like that. He's pretty early. Tafsir al-Baghawi, mentioned Tafsir al-Baghawi under Tafsir al-Athari because he quotes hadiths and might mention his own chain, but he's a faqih. So he's a huge book in Shafi. He's a huge Shafi, huge book in Shafi fiqh, and he has a huge. He has Sharh al-Sunnah, which is a verse, a hadith to do with halal, haram, etc. And then he has this tafsir. I can't remember what it's called. Tafsir al-Baghawi has a name. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, the Tafsir al-Baghawi is a useful place to look for halal and haram. What are the fatawa of Sahaba, Tabi'een? What's the debate, etc. Right? It's a good place to go. And then we get to basically the kind of be all and end all, which is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. So to Qurtubi, he's late. I'm pretty sure he left Spain like while everything was really kicking off. Like he basically in the last. Qurtubi is obviously Spanish originally, right? But I think he's writing Tafsir Qurtubi in Egypt. So Tafsir al-Qurtubi is, I skipped one actually, the Tafsir of Qadi Abu Bakr ibn Arabi. So Qadi Abu Bakr ibn Arabi is kind of after Baghawi, and he's again Spanish from Cordoba as well. He travels the world. He's like a huge scholar, right? He travels the world. He studies with Imam Ghazali, and he writes many books. He has a commentary on Tirmidhi. He has a commentary on the Muwatta. He has his Tafsir. He has many books in history, etc. And it's ajib when you look at his undergrad study. I don't know what it was in fiqh. He didn't mention it, but he studied a ridiculous amount of poetry. Like he's not a poet. I don't think he wrote on poetry, but just a part of his like toolkit was like a lot of poetry, right? So this is a tradition. It's kind of dead. The only place you find it is Mauritania now. Mauritania is like, yeah, I know that poem. So they'll memorize. For example, there's a key Andalusian edition of certain Jahili poetry. They'll memorize this thing. It's called, like they call it by a Shantamri, Santa Maria. There's a place called Santa Maria in Portugal, right? So he's a Shantamri, right? Yeah, a Shantamri. So he has this like key edition, and they'll memorize that, and it has certain things that other people don't have, and they'll memorize that, and But he did a lot more than that. He did the 10 qira'at. He did math. He did science. He did all these different things. And I don't know what he did in fiqh as a kid, but basically age of 20, basically he finished his undergrad, and he went to travel the world, etc., and study and debate and etc. So that's another work as well. It's quite good as well. But Qurtubi, that's like the default go-to. Like, okay, here's a verse. Someone asks you, or you have a question. does this verse mean this is halal? You're like, I just want to know what people say about this verse. Tafsir al-Qurtubi. That's kind of your go-to, basically. Like most prints, it doesn't have a good print as far as I know. I have a print of it, so like most books don't have a good, proper critical edition of it, but it's pretty good. So let's just, I'm not going to go through all of these things, but I want to look at the verse إنما الخمر والميسر in Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Right. I think that's in Ma'idah, is it? Ma'idah, right? Yeah. إنما الخمر والميسر. And we're going to see what he says is alcohol najas or not. So إنما الخمر, you know, Tafsir al-Qurtubi, إنما الخمر والميسر.
What kind of a tafsir is Lucy you describe?
Who?
Lucy.
Lucy al-Lughawi.
Lughawi?
But the thing is that because they're late, they're going to bring in everything.
It's pretty big though, right?
Yeah. But you want daqa'iq lughawiyya, like why is this indefinite? You're not going to find that in Qurtubi or Batba. You're going to find it al-Alusi world. You know. Okay, who found anything?
Oh, yeah, you got it.
I can.
Okay, Basana.
فيه 17 مسألة.
MashaAllah, only. There's only 17 discussions to have on that ayah. He says, fihi, he says, on this, so he says, on this issue, there are 17 issues to talk about. So he's going to mention 17 ahkam from that one ayah. Yeah. So let me just make sure I don't say how long it is, because there's a particular thing I want to find over here. Let me just, so you keep going, guys, and I'm trying to find something.
Shall I?
Just keep reading it.
Okay. قوله تعالى يا أيها الذين آمنوا خطاب لجميع المؤمنين بترك هذه الأشياء إذا كانت شهوات وعادات تلبسوا بها في الجاهلية وغلبت على النفوس فكان نفي منها في نفوس كثير من المؤمنين. قال ابن عطية ومن هذا القبيل هوى الزجر بالطير وأخذ الفأل في الكتب ونحوه مما يصنعه الناس اليوم.
Okay, so I need you to skip. So it says الثانية, and it says تحريم الخمر, and then it says الثالثة, and then it says الرابعة, and then it says, I want you to go all the way down to
ذهب جمهور الفقهاء إلى أن الخمر
السادسة فهم من تحريم الخمر استخباث الشرع لها وإطلاق الرجس عليها والأمر باجتنابها الحكم بنجاستها. Okay, so it says 6 السادسة. You see that?
Does it say it?
It says السادسة فهم الجمهور من تحريم الخمر.
Yeah, right there. I can find it.
Yeah. أقصد اسمه. خامسة and then السادسة should be a little bit down. خامسة is right. Is asking for what sadisa, right? Okay, yeah, I got you. Okay. السادسة فهم الجمهور من تحريم الخمر واستخباث الشرع لها وإطلاق الرجس عليها والأمر باجتنابها الحكم بنجاستها.
Good, what does that mean?
فهم الجمهور من تحريم.
Majority of scholars, they've understood what? So from the fact that khamr is haram, that khamr, that the Sharia thinks it's khabith, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls rijsun min amal shaitan, right? When you have to avoid it, fajtanibuha, al-hukm bi najasatiha. Does it say it's najas though? It's not, right? وخالفهم في ذلك الربيعة This is the teacher of Imam Malik, Layth ibn Sa'ad, wal-Muzani, وصاحب Imam Muzani himself. وبعد متأخرين من البغداديين القرويين فرأوا أنها طاهرة. So these, when he says here, he's Maliki, right? So he's talking about some of the late Malikis from the Baghdadiyin and some of the late Malikis from the Qarawiyin, right? Okay. فرأوا أنها طاهرة. So the question is, can I drink alcohol? No. Can I does that make it, can I drink poison? No. Is poison najas? Poison. It's not najas. It's not going to be najas. It's going to be pure.
Depends.
What's it made out of?
If it's alcohol, poison.
Okay. But I'm talking about poison, right? Poison, it's, they say this thing is poison. It doesn't make it najas, right? So the fact that you can drink it or not is one issue. The issue is, what if it's on my clothes? Can I pray? These are two different issues, right? So he says they understand that. So he goes and he's using the proof why. I'm skipping. Okay, so he says فإن قيل. He said that فإن قيل التنجيس حكم شرعي ولا نص فيه.
Is that
like,
before he comments on the religious?
It's like 5 lines. I don't know. My thing is like 5 lines above Sabi'ah.
What does it mean? What do they mean by najis?
Filth.
Filth. Okay.
Yeah, but the issue is when you say filth, so it said the verse says wine is filthy. Okay, that makes sense. But then it says idols are filthy. So is an idol filthy? Like if you had wet hands, you touch an idol, does it? You have to make, you know? So like, you know, well, reach the fahjur, well, right? That means idols. Doesn't mean. So are you talking about like conceptually? You're talking about actually, you know? Right? Okay. So go ahead, فإن قيل. And Wasim, you want to read this part? فإن قيل.
فإن قيل التنجيس حكم شرعي ولا نص فيه.
Good. What does that mean, حكم شرعي?
Like it's ilahi. Like.
Yeah. So this is a hukm. You're saying halal, haram. You're saying, so how are you supposed to state? How are you supposed to make a statement? Something is najas without a revelation. Like the verse says, avoid it. It doesn't say it's najas. It's 2 different things, right? So how did you make this conclusion? ولا يلزم من كون الشيء محرما أن يكون نجسا, right? Just because something's haram, that doesn't make it najas. Where do we get to? فكم من محرم في الشرع ليس بنجس قلنا قوله تعالى رجس يدل على نجاستها فإن الرجس في اللسان نجاسة ثم لو التزمنا, this is the بيت القصيد, listen to this, ثم on top of that doesn't mean then, لو التزمنا ألا نحكم بحكم إلا حتى نجد فيه نصا لتعطلت الشريعة. On top of that, if we were to follow your route is, oh, I need an explicit hadith, super explicit sahih hadith. Oh, some say sahih, some say da'if, I'm not going to follow it, right? Some say hadith means this, something, I'm not going to follow it. I want something that is like knocking me on the face saying, this is halal, this is haram. I want it like card carrying, obvious thing. Okay, fantastic. That makes a lot of sense. ثم لو التزمنا ألا نحكم بحكم إلا حتى نجد فيه نصا لتعطلت الشريعة. You would have no sharia. Why? فإن النصوص فيها قليلة. When you have explicit statements, the Prophet said the prayer is not accepted if you don't have wudu. Okay, maybe it's valid though. You know, maybe it counts. Valid and accept not the same. I don't know. And he said without purification, what kind of purification? Right? Some kind of purification, right? Maybe in purification of the heart. I don't know. So فأي نص يوجب على التنجيس البول. How do you know urine is najis? I have a dalil. So you know that the Prophet said that, for example, most of the punishment of the grave is from not cleaning yourself and go to the bathroom. That doesn't prove 100% that urine is filthy, does it? It doesn't prove it. So there's no proof. So I say, oh, you're just ga'ad for the yatafal stuff. You're just there like talking, right? You're just saying things, right? You make up the shia as you go along, right? People say this. There's people like, oh, you have no dalil, you have no sahih hadith. It's like, show me proof. It doesn't really happen like that. Most of the time he says, you know, if we did that, we'd have no sharia. Abdul Haqq al-Ishbili, another Spanish scholar, he said, in my book, I think it's in Sunan al-Kubra or al-Wusta, I can't remember, it's al-Ahkam al-Kubra or al-Wusta, one of his 2 books. He said, the books that I've mentioned, the hadith in here, are not all sahih. right? And I don't criticize every single hadith, and I don't leave every single hadith that has been criticized, because if I abandoned every single hadith that's been criticized by somebody, there wouldn't be anything left to play with, right? You wouldn't like. I want it to be 100%. If you're a teenager, sure, that's the teenage mentality. I hate my parents. They never listen to me. Meaning, you don't agree with your parents, and you find it difficult that they don't listen to you. I'm gonna go and live somewhere else. My boyfriend listens to me. No, yeah, temporarily. So they live in this black and white world. Everything's going to join the gang. Yeah, in the hood, these guys are going to stand up for me. Like, yeah, I mean, when you give them the money, you know, right? So this is the teenage mentality, black and white. It's not like that, right? If you did that, حتى حتى نجد فيه نصا لتعطل الشريعة فإن النصوص فيه قليلة فأي نص يوجد على تنجيس البول والعذرة, right, feces, والدم, blood, والميتة, and carrion. How do you know carrion's religious? Right? You can't eat it. How do you know it's najis? Right? وإنما هي الظواهر والعمومات والأقيسة. It's like, well, that would be the logical assumption, right? The logical assumption, if you're going to be punished in the grave for not cleaning yourself, presumably it's filth, right? That's because you have filth on you, and you prayed with filth on you, or you walked around with unnecessary having filth. It's something like that. It would make sense, right? Like, what would make sense? Presumably, if you can't drink alcohol, so the Shafis would say, well, you can't drink alcohol even in a small amount. And the small amount wouldn't even harm you. So if it's not sinful because it's harming you, then it's sinful because it's najis. That's like, I don't know how else you want to think about it. Now, I don't know that's true, but that's the best guess I have. Right? That's the best guess that we have. Did you bring the good stuff? The pure stuff? No? Anyway. إنما هي الظواهر والعمومات والأقيسة. So basically, every mufti is playing games. That's what I'm doing the whole time. I'm playing a game. Like, how do you know, like, the amount of times you can move yourself in prayer? Well, I'm going to say, listen, obviously, you're supposed to be still in prayer. And obviously, you can't not move. So something in between. So then I'm going to say 3 consecutive movements with a major limb, excluding this. I'm going to make an estimation. You're going to make an estimation. That's what we're going to do. Simple as that. But they're like, oh, you have no dalil. So this is another mentality. No dalil. What's your dalil? Right? And if you don't ask for dalil, it's shirk. Because that means you're following me blindly. And if you follow me blindly, that's right. That's like what the Jews and Christians did. So it's like, basically, you have to have a dalil. Nobody have the brain, right? What's that? What's the film? You can't handle the truth. So some kind of film, anyway. I don't know. I never watched it, but it's like, the truth. You want the truth? You can't handle it. It's just reality. Like, you can't even read the truth. You're not able to read it. You know, you can't. You don't have the processing power to do it, right? And so they come up with these conclusions, like, you know, like, where's your dalil? Like, well, I have a dalil, but it's just not that super obvious. You know? So every madhab, every fatwa is going to be based on a lot of things that are like, yeah, I mean, it's not super obvious, is it? But this would make sense, and that would make sense, and this would make sense, right? So the Prophet, for example, said, don't sleep with your wife in the masjid, in i'tikaf, presumably, and they said, don't pass through the masjid, and don't stay in the masjid if you're in janaba. So presumably janaba and being a menstruation is the same thing, presumably. And the Prophet, he told Aisha to give him something, and she said, I can't. He said, oh, I can't give it to you in the masjid because I'm on my period. Presumably, a woman who's on a period can't go to the masjid. That's the assumption, right? Is there dalil? No, there's no dalil. I mean, like, dalil qat'i. Like, if I said it's halal for a woman to go in the masjid on her period, it's not kufr, and it is debated, but it seems pretty like that would make sense. The Prophet told have the women on Eid not go to the musalla. So if they can't go to the musalla, then they can't go to the masjid, can they? It would make sense, right? But is it a dalil qat'i now? That's the game that we're playing in fiqh. In aqidah, we deal with adilla qat'iyya. Like, there's no debate on this whatsoever. When we step out of that arena, everything is like this, you know? Who should we vote for? I don't know. Should I vote? Should I not vote? I don't know. Which school should I send my kids to? Homeschooling, Catholic school, where they have more adab, or the Muslim school where the guy's selling drugs, but at least they call the adhan. Like, it's hard. Right? That's Birmingham. Come to England, it's like, that's what it's like. So it's like, this is an imperfect world. We don't know the answer. Right? So you're like, oh, you don't even know the answer? The sheikh doesn't know the answer. This sheikh does. No, that sheikh is just talking nonsense. That's why he just thinks he knows the answer. right? It's like a salesman who's like super convinced. Like, it's just like he just convinced you. Nobody knows the answer. We don't know the answer. Bitcoin, halal, haram, I don't know. Okay, dollars then, I don't know. Okay, what do you know? I don't know. When's Asr? I don't know. You don't even know when Asr is? I don't know. It's like, oh my God. Right, at Sunday school, we don't tell them we don't know when Asr is, but we don't know when Asr begins. Right? Simple as that. We don't know. Right? And so that's the game that we're playing. What is more likely, is it this time or that time? That's the game. So we said, وَإِنَّمَا هِيَ الظَّوَاهِرُ وَالْعُمُومَاتُ وَالْأَقِيسَ. Right? And so this is a very important quote. Right? Very important quote. So this tells us something else. You study all your mutun. Have you read Tafsir al-Qurtubi? No. So you're going to find things in books, key quotes, key this, that will fill in your blanks. In your BA, which is I do the mutun in tajweed, I do mutun in fiqh, you do your mutun in aqidah, you do mutun in hadith, but you haven't read stuff. You need to read around. You're going to soften off certain edges and you're going to sharpen certain edges. You're going to have a certain insight, right? So here you're going to say, for example, in the Maliki school, apparently, what alcohol is najas. Well, he mentioned here some of the late Baghdadi scholars and the late Qarawiyyin scholars. What's their opinion? What's the nas there, right? Are you being too, like, he's not even quoting other schools. What about the Hanafis, right? And there's a whole issue now today, right? The whole issue today, when you talk about alcohol, is like, dude, you're going to have serious problems if your alcohol's najas. Because, like, everything, like, this is probably, like, alcohol, like, it's, if you actually go through the process, everything's we use alcohol in. When you bought, you can, so in the Shafi school, for example, we can't buy najas, right? If it's najas, you can't buy it. Okay, how are you going to buy fuel then? It's like 80% alcohol, isn't it? Right? Isn't it? Something about 80%, right? Isn't it? Ethanol?
I don't know the percentage, but
yeah, and then you get like flex fuel that's like 90%. Yeah. So like you're buying like that's like hardcore liquor, right? That's not even like if you drank that, I mean you see it, like if you drink it, you'd die probably, right? So it's a problem. That's another issue. What I'm trying to say is like it is number one, how did this scholar work? Very different to Tabari. He doesn't give you 17 positions on this, right? It's a totally different thing. He's not super late. He's not going to give you the relied upon position necessarily, but it's going to open your eyes to a lot of things. So it's important that we do our BA and you also do your MA and equivalent. Like you got to read around a lot. So one of my teachers, he told me, I said, who's a sheikh? He said somebody who studied for 20 years and taught for 20 years. Right. So therefore, if you're younger than like 60, or younger than 50, like you don't count. It's not possible. You can't be a sheikh. Sheikh means an old man, right? Pir, right? Old man, right? So it's not, and someone's like, oh, this mufti is 20-year-old mufti. He's like, you can't be a 20-year-old mufti. We're talking about, I met a 22-year-old mufti. Like, you're not 20. Like, well, it's not possible. Like, you can't have done these things. Anyway, khair. So we saw that, inshallah. Now we want to look at something else. We have an hour, right? Okay, إذا تداينتم إذا تداينتم. There we go. Let's do something else. Okay, let's split you guys up because we're not going to run out of time. So let's look at Tafsir Qurtubi again. Ayat al-Dain. Okay, I just want to know إذا تداينتم. What does that even mean? يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم إلى بدين إلى أجل مسمى فاكتبوه. There's a number of things there. It's all halal and haram, right? But what is in Tafsir Qurtubi itself? So half of you do that. The other half do حتى تنكح زوجا غيره, which is in where? In Nisa, I think. No?
In
Baqarah. حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. Nisa, yeah.
What's this the talaq?
But anyway, just ask Sheikh Google. That's what I did.
Both Qurtubi?
Both Qurtubi. I'm just going to cut because what we wanted to do is go through 4. So I wanted to maybe someone can do Jassas actually. Let's do that. So حتى تنكح زوجا غيره in Jassas. There we go. So Jassas is much earlier.
All right. We're gonna do just
Jassas. I'm pretty sure he was Mu'tazili. Many early Hanafis are Mu'tazili. Allahu a'lam.
It's Baqarah al-Akhir.
About the new verse.
Yeah, that sounds important.
During this ayah, also,
Or if you can say.
yeah, before even.
Sheikh, you wanted Qurtubi as well. Just wanted to make sure.
I want Qurtubi for Ayat al-Dain at the end of Baqarah, and I want Jassas for حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. So just do one of them.
No, we have it.
Who would you have? Can you share it? Just share the link.
Is it just us on the Tafsir app? Or?
Yeah, it is. You have to click on Ulum though. You see on the top,
Okay.
and then you see on the top,
Yeah, okay.
and then do.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. Well, why does it look so weird? Oh, because I got image block. Why have I got image block on, guys? You bet what I'm going to see. وفيه 52 مسألة. 52 مسائل. Right? So what does Imam Shafi says? Imam Shafi says, إذا ما كنت ذا فهم وعلم بما اختلف الأوائل والأواخر فناظر من تناظر بسكون إلى إياك أن تلح ولا تكابر. Imam Shafi said, when you know everything the previous scholars agreed and disagreed on, and everything the late scholars agreed and disagreed on, then debate whoever you want to debate, as long as you do it calmly and you're not going to be trying to prove a point. You just, but if you don't know, like, give me 52 points about this verse. Like the guy's there, on the phone, like me. That's why I'm there googling it. That's what I do. I'm Ishik. Like I don't know stuff. I'm like googling it. They're like, no, I can. You could sit there and be like, boom, 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 boom. This is it. Like this masala, this masala, this masala. Like they say with Sarakhsi, he wrote the whole of the Mabsut in jail. It's like huge, So it's like you sit with them, they have nothing. Ask them, tell me something, write it out. You don't have anything. They don't have anything to say. All they do showbiz. There's a lot of showbiz. There's a lot of showbiz shuyukh. Like it doesn't actually know stuff. Just sounds like it. You can mention certain things by getting away, Fihi ikhtilaf. Of course it's ikhtilaf. Doesn't mean anything. Like you didn't add anything. So right? And I'll give you an example, right? What's your name, brother? That just came? Abid, right? So he has a very beautiful qira'ah, right? Right? It's very nice. So the average person will be like, oh, he's a sheikh, go and ask him, right? And he's like, so then he says, sister, there's difference of agreement on this issue. So now you've won, you sound like a scholar and you sound open-minded, which is good. He's like, my advice for you would be do this. And he's like, mashallah, thank you, sheikh.
And he's handsome.
And he's handsome too. He's got beautiful, what's it called? Where's he from again?
I guess about me.
No, what's it? Afghani, yeah, they got the proper, like, that girl that they got on camera, was it that?
Oh, yeah.
Right? This Pashtun eyes, whatever. So beautiful Pashtun eyes. And that's how it is, right? And then he's leading Taraweeh and they think that he's a fatwa. And then the problem is, what if he gives fatwa? So what, if he can lead Taraweeh, he can give fatwa, right? He might not even know what he just recited, right? He has no idea. But that doesn't matter. People do this, right? So they're like, You know what I'm saying? Like it's a problem, right? So it's like it's like where they have no idea, right? May Allah protect us. Okay, Bismillah. So what does what is this verse then? Let's look at it says الثانية قوله تعالى إلى أجل مسمى. What does Ibn Mundhir say?
Wait, this is for which ayah?
This is Qurtubi. You doing Qurtubi or Jassas? Okay. Okay. So right at the bottom it says, يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم بدين إلى أجل مسمى فاكتبوا.
The bottom of the whole thing. Just
It says الثانية الثالثة قوله إلى أجل مسمى. Yeah. So can we
read it?
yeah, just if you let's try. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have it here in front of me as well. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to read it because we're going to run out of time. So the verse I'm reading in Arabic. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم, when you lend each other money, إلى أجل مسمى, to a fixed time, فاكتبوا, then write it. So I understand when you lend each other money and you do it to a fixed time, write it down. So I understand that it's obligatory to write down. If you have a debt, you have to write it down. And I understand you can lend money to a fixed time. Lo and behold, most people disagree with that. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I pick up al-Qurtubi, and it says there's 52 issues about this verse. Like, oh my God, okay, I don't even know one of them. And then he says, إلى أجل مسمى, he's quoting Ibn Mundhir. Ibn Mundhir, 3rd, 4th century Shafi scholar, mujtahid. He said إلى أجل مسمى على أن السلم إلى الأجل المجهول غير جائز. What does that mean? أن السلم إلى الأجل المجهول غير جائز.
The date needs to be defined, right?
والسلم.
Like بيع السلم.
What's بيع السلم?
Like when you,
Sorry, go ahead. Please read.
like when
So
you-
this, so you clicked, right? If you imagine if you did this, is this Uber? What is it? Uber Eats. Can you do Uber Eats for this afternoon?
What
Yeah.
is this?
When you pay now though, right? So you clicked, I want these things to come this afternoon. That's called salam. You pay now and you get later. It's called a forward sale. Okay? So then the ayah is not even talking about debt. It's talking about a forward sale. Bro, right? So now you're saying, now when I sell something, when you pay in advance and the goods are going to be delivered later, he owes you the goods. That's why it's called a dain. So he says, it tells us that a forward sale to an unknown date, or give it to me sometime in the future. You can't do that. This afternoon, tomorrow, in a month, 6 months. When are you going to deliver? You can't just have it open. Ghayru jaiz is not going to be valid. So I was thinking about a debt. And you're going to come along and find the majority of scholars say you cannot, if you stipulated a time on a debt, it could either be haram or invalid. And yet the verse seems to, in my opinion, seems to explicitly allow it. And I'm like, what's your problem? You're like a kafir, like the verse says, and you're like, it's haram. So the Shafis, for example, they'll say, may Allah protect us, we're about to be attacked by the Russians, okay? So I lend you gold bullion. And I say, you come me back in 10 years, because I know we're going to World War IV. 10 years later, bro, you owe me all this gold. The whole, it's all been blown to pieces. They say that's actually riba. So for me, stipulating a time would actually be riba because I'm benefiting. Because then you want to give it back. And I was like, it's not mine yet. You can't give it to me. So I put you in a situation where you're basically storing gold for me. All right? Does that make sense? So that's considered riba. And the verse of Quran says the opposite. So I'm like, Shafi is kuffar, 100%. Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, when you lend money, gold is money, to a fixed time, it's do this. And you're saying that the verse of Quran is haram. So yeah, because you didn't understand the verse of Quran. It's talking about a forward sale. Right? Similarly, I lend you money and I say, here's 10K. Pay me back within 1 year. And I come back next week and say, give me my money. Like, bro, what's your problem? And I take you to court as well. And you show the court, say, look, I have a piece of paper, 2 witnesses, $10,000 to be paid back in 1 year. And I say, yeah, and the court's going to be on my side, not your side. Because they don't recognize dates for loans. They recognize dates for sales. That's the majority opinion. The Malikis, they say, no, that's binding. You can't take it back.
For the
Right.
secular court or the Sharia?
The Sharia court. The Sharia court will be like, no, we don't care. So whether I'm sinful or not for basically breaking my promise, it's something else. But the court is going to be on my side. Majority of scholars. And you're like, what's going on? The majority of scholars are against the Quran. You guys are all kuffar. Right? It's, So here we go. He's talking about something else. You know, Ibn Abbas, the priest, said that. He said, like, I swear by Allah, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has allowed Salam by this verse. It's not even talking about anything else. Right? And then he says, Faktubuhu. Later on, we're going to say in when you buy and sell, you can write it down. You don't have to. So I now know that that's not wajib. Right? So it seemed like Faktubu, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Faktubu, khalas. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says do something, you have to do it. It's wajib. But yeah, it's not even wajib. In fact, it's just practically useful for you. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, you know, if it's a current thing, you know, you're gonna take the merchandise right now, go ahead, you have to write it down. If I'm gonna give you the gold right now, you're gonna give me the camels right now, why'd I have to write it down? I'm walking off with my own camels anyway. So you know, you don't have to write anything down. Does it make sense, inshallah? So it's not even so far mentioning anything about loans. So here, this also tells you something. In order to do tafsir, you have to study fiqh. Right? I'm saying Quran and Sunnah. I'm saying, yeah, in order to do Quran and Sunnah, study fiqh. Yeah, but I just want to study, like, isn't the Quran and Sunnah the source of fiqh? Yeah, but in order to understand it, you need to do this. In order to understand Quran and Sunnah, tafsir, you need to do Nahu and Sarf. We haven't even started Nahu and Sarf yet. We're going to go nuts in a second when you get to Sarf, Nahu, and whatever. But it's like, you know, تَصِلُ إِلَى مَا تَحْتَاجُ إِلَيْهِ بِمَا لَا تَحْتَاجُ إِلَيْهِ. You get to that which you want by that which you don't want. Right? That's how life is. So fiqh, like the Maliki school, the Shafi school, is not a goal. That's not a goal, but that is your necessary tool to understand this. Otherwise, you'll be lost. How are you going to understand? You never studied Islamic finance, so you're not going to understand that. Right? So this is exactly what you do. We have all these pedagogies that have existed for the last 1,000 years. You come along and just destroy it. Quran and Sunnah. Fantastic. Great. Thank you very much. And now you don't get to Quran and Sunnah. That's how it is. Right? So, like Mauritania, for example, what are the first things you do? Number one, you don't study multiple things. You just study Nahu and fiqh. That's it. That's it. Nahu and fiqh. Do you understand grammar? Yes. Fatha, Dhamma, Kasra. I understand what's going on. All of these things. Right? I understand fiqh. Okay, you crack that. Okay, now next level, next level, next level. Because you can't do usul of fiqh without grammar. You can't do, and you can't, and so you can't do any of these stuff. You can't, I can't pick up this book. So I'm trying to get you to read this book. I don't want you to follow me. I'm not trying to get you to come and kiss my feet and say, Sheikh, whatever you say is true. But I can only get you to think independently if you have some basic stuff, right? You want a car that has high torque, you better do a lot of math, right? There's a lot of math involved in trying to get, increasing the torque of your car. I just want to race. I want to do this. Okay, but you got to come and do the math. And if you haven't done this, you can't do that. You got to go back, and all these things, right? And so it's an immature mentality, right? Teenager, I don't care. I'll work it out by myself. Okay, great. You're gonna have a dumb answer because you don't know basic stuff. Okie dokie. Okay, khair, I'm going to skip a lot of that now. So that's that things. So what about injasas, Sheikh Wasim? حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. Can you share the link?
I think I shared the image and I think
I have the link.
Constantino shared the link, right?
Mm-hmm. Jassas, yeah. So Jassas, you see, he's 370. It's way earlier, right? So he's useful, but you wouldn't want to stop there because it's like, you know. Okay, Bismillah. In divorce, yeah.
وهو قوله تعالى فلا تحل له من بعد حتى تنكح زوجا غيره.
Oh, we're not even. You're looking in Surah Talaq, not. No, where are we? No, this is Baqarah. Sorry. Go ahead.
فحكم بتحريمها عليه بالثالثة بعد الاثنتين
Mhm.
ولم يفرق بين إيقاعهما في طهر واحد أو في إطهار
Mhm.
فوجب الحكم بإيقاع الجميع
وفي أطهار.
في أطهار.
Different periods of purity. Yeah. Where are we on the? I'm trying to find where we're on the page.
It's on the bottom because it's
Somewhere on the bottom.
Yeah, this is ذكر
الطلاق مرتان تنكح زوجا ثالث.
There's a paragraph ذكر الحجاج لإيقاع الطلاق ثلاثة معا.
Okay, I'll try and find it. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
فوجب الحكم بإيقاع الجميع على أي وجه أوقعه من مسنون أو غير مسنون ومباح أو محظور. فإن قيل قدمت بديا في معنى الآية أن المراد بها.
So you're reading about فلا تحل له من بعد حتى تنكح. You're reading that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
So it's منتظم لمعان. That's what it says, right? After it. قوله تعالى فإن طلقها فلا تحل له من بعد حتى تنكح زوجا غيره فمنتظم لمعان منها تحريم على المطلق ثلاثا حتى تنكحه.
No. أمن حكم بتحريمها.
So I think on top of that. I think we need to go because we just want to find out what does it mean. Because you want to find out what does that even mean حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. So it's قوله تعالى فإن طلقها فلا تحل له من بعد حتى تنكح زوجا غيره.
أو منتظم. أوكي. منها التحريم على المطلق ثلاثا حتى تنكح زوجا غيره مفيد في شرط ارتفاع التحريم الواقع بالطلاق الثالث العقد والوطء جميعا لأن النكاح هو الوطء في الحقيقة.
So he says what? So he says مفيد في شرط ارتفاع التحريم. So this man has divorced his wife 3 times. Okay? How does the tahrim يرتفع? How is it no longer haram? You need number 1 a contract and intercourse. Both have to happen. Not just حتى تنكح زوجا غيره until she marries and consummates that marriage through sleeping with her new husband. جميعا. لأن النكاح هو الوطء في الحقيقة. Nikah means intercourse, right? So just like this really funny point. I remember that with Sheikh Abdul Ghani Nabulsi. Sheikh Abdul Ratib, Sheikh Ratib Nabulsi, you've heard of him? Sheikh Ratib Nabulsi, right? Very famous Sheikh. And I was at this wedding and they, some people say funny things in different cultures, whatever. So anyway, so that he was given this word after the marriage, and then he said, type, and then right he ended. He said, وَقُومُوا إِلَى فَرَاشِكِ. قُومِي إِلى فَرَاشِكِ. And I was like, is that supposed to be funny or not funny? I don't know. Like, so you say قُومُوا إِلى صَلَاتِكُم, like get up and pray. It's like, now go to your bed. It's like, whoa. Like, did he just say that? Now, why was he saying that? It's because you just got married. Nikah means intercourse, right? So many people marriage in English does not mean intercourse. Marriage in Arabic means intercourse. Like, that is the essential contract. So it's Aisha Bewley, and Malikis are familiar with Aisha Bewley. She had this. She translated this sections from Qawanin al-Fiqhiyya by Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi, and and it's like it talks about marriage. She translates it as halal sex. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. It's like, because if you think about marriage in our paradigm as Westerners, like it's quite a big thing. It's like actually a financial contract, right? Like, do we pay tax together, not pay tax together? How does it all work? It's quite a complex thing. When she's like, it just translates it as halal sex. I'm like, whoa, that was pretty direct. It's like, well, on its base level, that's all it is, right? On the most fundamental level, that's all it is, right? And that is, so it's like, it's kind of a bit crazy. It's like, so this is what it says in the Quran, until she sleeps with, I mean, you could translate until she, like it's a bit, like in English, it's a bit heavy, like until she has sex with another man. Like, whoa, but that's actually what it says in the Quran, There's words in the Quran that we're like, whoa, that's crazy. That's because we're like very kind of tame. Like, that's what it says, right? Like in Arabic, you say dukhul, is like, that's pretty, it's like, bro, it's like, you would say consummate the marriage. It's in Arabic, it's called dukhul, right? It's like, so there's a lot of words in the Quran, it's like pretty clear, no? So here the word is, what does tenkih mean? It means to have intercourse. That's what it means, right? Who is it? The woman went to Prophet's father, right? And she said, inkihni. Like, he's like, whoa, which are probably like in the middle of the street, like inkihni. That means marry me, but also means, it's like, whoa. And then, alhamdulillah, he married Amina. And, and then after that, she saw him again. He's like, oh, the light's gone. The light had passed through him, So that's what nikah means. It means intercourse, Khair. Okay, so it says the 2 things, right? So it's not just a contract. That meaning she can't just go and get married to somebody and then get divorced, and she has to consummate the marriage, right? Meaning, what does that mean emotionally? It means you're supposed to move on. That's it, sister. That's what you're supposed to do. It's not like, oh man, I have to go marry some other guy and sleep with him and they get divorced. It doesn't mean that. It means, sister, your husband has divorced you 3 times. It means move on. That's what it means. Like, move on. Khalas. Right? It doesn't mean, oh, I should go and sleep with somebody else and come back to my husband. You can come back to your husband. That's not a problem. But the point is, move on. Right? like you need to move on to a new relationship, it's okay, right? And there's a whole nother discussion. Okay. He says, وذكر الزوج يفيد العقد وهذا من الإيجاز والاقتصار على الكناية المفهمة المغنية عن التصريح وقد وردت عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أخبار مستفيضة في أنها لا تحل للأول حتى يطأها الثاني، منها حديث الزهري عن عروة عن عائشة أن رفاعة القرظي طلق امرأته ثلاثا فتزوجت عبد الرحمن بن زبير فجاءت إلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قالت إنها كانت تحت رفاعة فطلقها آخر 3 تطليقات فتزوجت بعده عبد الرحمن بن الزبير وإنه يا رسول الله ما معه إلا مثل هدبة الثوب, he's not able to have an erection, right? فتبسم رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, he didn't say, oh sister, what's your problem? So because he acknowledged that men are interested in a certain activity and women are also interested in a certain activity, and that certain activity is not possible if the man is not able to do certain things, right? He wasn't like, oh my God, sister, what's your problem, right? Because Islam is like, yeah, there's called zawaj, right?
What is it above me?
Huh? A cloth. It's like a cloth. Like he's not. So the point is, قال لعلك تريدون أن ترجعي لرفاعة لا حتى تذوقي عسيلته ويذوق عسيلتك, right? Not until he until you taste his honey and he tastes yours, right? So the whole point is, no, until you actually have proper intercourse, and then he divorces you, you cannot go and back and marry your previous husband. That's not possible, right? And there's a whole issue, what happens if a man cannot do something or whatever, except a whole other discussion, right? So then he says here, ولا خلاف بين الفقهاء في ذلك إلا شيء يروى عن سعيد المسيب أنه قال إنها تحل للأول بنفس عقد النكاح دون وطأ ولم نعلم أحدا تابعه ذلك وهو شاذ. Notice that discussion we had last week about قراءات. So Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali, he talking about following the form of Dahib, he says, just as the ulama cut out random qira'as of the Quran, that like only so-and-so used to do that, only so, similarly we do that in fiqh. So someone's like, oh sister, I'm in a situation. My husband and I both want to get back together again, but he divorced me 3 times. Okay, here's a fatwa from Sa'id, who is it? Sa'id al-Musayyab. He apparently said you can just get married and that's it, without having intercourse. Oh, great, thank you very much. And so those kind of fringe opinions are ignored, right? They exist. I'm not going to say you're a kafir if you say that, but we just ignore it. Like whatever. There's always an opinion, something. Everything has a fatwa. Everything has a fatwa, right? And so that exists apparently, but you just ignore it. But then what's happening today? Either we want to make the deen super easy, so we open all the doors, and you end up giving a fatwa of ishad, fatwa that's off, or you do the opposite, which is there's only one opinion, and it's my opinion, and I found he says hatta tankih, and nikah haqiqatan means the contract and this, so I come up with my own interpretation and I make the weird position the right position, right? Both of these things are wrong. We say what the ulama have agreed to be right is right, what they've agreed is debated, and the weird positions that they've abandoned is abandoned. Make sense, inshallah? So notice, do we find a hadith in Qurtubi? Of course. So it's not like, oh, hadith will only be in Tafsir al-Athari. It's not like that. But it's just, what is he doing? He's talking about halal and haram, whereas they're talking about something else, right? Okay, so we did that. Okay, let's just do one more. Wanhar. Salli rabbika wanhar. And Jassas and well, let's just do Qurtubi. Let's just quickly find this فصلي لربك وانحر in Surah Al-Kawthar. And I'll tell you what, someone do Tabari actually. Someone do Tabari and somebody do Qurtubi.
I have Qurtubi open.
Okay, hit me. Can you share the link?
Yeah. Wasn't share the link from here? Or should I go back?
No, if you click on it,
Yeah.
you should just copy the link.
This one? Okay. Yeah, I thought that was a different one.
And then if you can take that screenshot, you can do that as well.
Okay. I just don't know which part we're going to read. Are we going to read from the beginning, Sheikh?
I want to know about there's a quote somewhere about where you put your hand in prayer.
Yeah.
Who's seen that?
وضع اليد على اليد.
Putting your hand on top of your hands in prayer. So, but why would it be wanhar? Let's go to the wanhar. What is your nahar? Yawm al-nahar.
We told us this like 3 years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm looking here in Qurtubi. Okay. فصلي لربك وانحر. I have that in Qurtubi, okay? So this is on the video. This is on the video, if you can see where I am. So it says وضع اليمين على الشمال في الصلاة. خرجه الدارقطني. Okay, it's in Sunan الدارقطني. فاختلف علماؤنا أي مالكية في ذلك على 3 الأقوال. Okay, Malikis eat that. لا توضع فريضة ولا نافلة. So the first position he mentions here is you don't put your hand over your hand in any prayer, whether it's nafil or fard. That's the mashhur, right? In the Maliki school, when you pray, you have your hands by your side. إن ذلك من باب الاعتماد ولا يجوز في الفرض ولا يستحب في النفل. So it's not permissible in the fard, he's saying, and it's not recommended in the nafil. الثاني لا يفعلها في الفريضة ويفعلها في النافلة, right? استعانة لأنه موضع الترخص. Right, you could do it من باب استعانة, like it's difficult to pray like this, and so you're kind of leaning on yourself like this, right? As I think that's the nas in the mudawwana, right? لم أره or لم أره في right? That's the nas, right? لم أره في الفرض, right? If I remember correctly, right? That Imam Malik was asked about praying. He said, I haven't seen this in the fard, meaning the nafil you pray for a long time and it's difficult. So maybe you have your hands by your side so you can pick it up for a bit, and then it's difficult doing that. So you move them around because you might be praying for a long time. And then so anyway, he says استحب ذلك الرأي. Now the issue is, I'm trying to find something a bit more clear here, is wanhar, this is your nahar. Okay, this is your nahar. Okay, so فصلي لربك وانحار, it should be putting your hands on your neck. Now I can't see it here in Qurtubi, but I've seen it in other places, right? Where they say وصلي لربك وانحار is this. You would pray like this. Okay? He mentions these different positions. I'm trying to find it.
Time to start our new method.
Exactly. Oh. No, that's exactly what I want to talk about. I can't see it in Qurtubi.
يرفع يديه إلى النحر عند الافتتاح.
Oh, that's different. That's Allah Akbar like that.
Yeah.
That's like where you raise it. Anyway, I've seen other things. Let's try and see the next page. Yeah, it doesn't mention it. It doesn't have it in Qurtubi, but I've seen other places where they mention that doing this. So I come along, you say, brother, you should follow the Quran and Sunnah. I say, great. So there's a hadith that says in Khuzaymah that says the Prophet put his hand on his chest, right? So that's why we see certain brothers doing that, right? Even though the former dhahib disagree with that. That's not the position of any of the former dhahib, but they're like, we don't care, we follow Quran and Sunnah. So I say, Habib didn't do this as well. But also, you'll find it in Tafsir as well. Why won't they do that? Because in reality, they're not following Quran and Sunnah. They're following some other shuyukh. So basically, should I follow the former dhahib, or should I follow shuyukh that claim they follow Quran and Sunnah? Does that make sense? So that's saying, should I follow a group of scholars? So that means nobody's following Quran and Sunnah. Because you're either following the former dhahib, or you're following somebody else. And that person's not Quran and Sunnah. And you're just convinced by that because you've seen it in Saudi. That's basically it. Like you see it on TV. You went on Umrah and that's what they did, right? It's like McDonald's. McDonald's tastes nice because look, it's famous. Doesn't matter if it tastes nice or not. Nike are good shoes. Why? Seen it, right? So that's not a way of thinking, right? So just like a hadith, you find a hadith that like that's crazy, that's this, that's that, right? This morning we were reading in the Muntaqa Ibn Jarud hadith that mentioned that when they first did tayammum, they did it like this. So as Zuhri says, like the ulama don't do that. So what is the source of fiqh? Is it Quran and Sunnah, meaning these texts, or is it how the fuqaha have understood the Quran and Sunnah? You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise you can do some lots of funny stuff. You're like one har, oh, it says it. I read in one tafsir, it says this, right? And I read this, and I read this, and I read this. And so what you're doing is there's a processed Quran and Sunnah, and you're just ignoring it. Just like the 10 qira'at, you just ignored it. I just do my own thing, right? And you have this unprocessed Quran and Sunnah. So the former madhahib are processed Quran and Sunnah. Nobody is following something else. But it's just you don't trust the process because you've been told that the ummah is what's it called, zaghat. You know the word zaghat? Yeah, saqit or zaghat is like you're like a what's the word in like you're like nobody.
Yeah, like
A loser.
Yeah.
You're a loser. Like the way that the Muslims have been told to look at themselves. Yeah, we're just losers. Like we don't have cool. Look at the kuffar. They invented everything, right? So that's by extension, our scholars didn't understand the deen, so just ignore them, right? And they'll say all sorts of crazy stuff. One sheikh, he said, I don't think Imam Abu Hanifa knew like 1/10 of the hadiths that I know. Like, okay, well, maybe he knew 1,000 other things you don't know, right? That's not necessarily, right? It's not a fair way of working, right? And so that's like a huge problem. Someone's like an ittiham of Imam Hanifa. Like everybody agrees that Imam Abu Hanifa is one of the greatest scholars ever, and his fatwa are legit. Nobody has agreed that same fact about you, right? So when you come along and you challenge something that's like everybody has agreed on, you have a problem, like a serious problem. You're like it's almost like an aqidah issue. It's not just it's an attitude issue and it's a fiqh issue. It's also almost like pushing aqidah issue. Like when people question hijab, like dude, that's like really really pushing it, right? If you like in the past, if you said somebody, I don't believe the Hanafi madhab is valid to follow, you could definitely argue that kafir. Now there's enough jahl to cover people. There's enough confusion. But in the past, but like, khalas, Allahu musta'an. Okay, so we saw that picture there, inshallah. What else were we looking at? فَصَلِّ رَبِّكَ وَانْحَرْ. I think so. We're going to pray. We supposed to look at Tabari. Could we find it in Tabari?
Yeah.
You found it? Did you find that fatwa? Put your hand on your neck.
No, I just وضع اليدين على الشمال.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Doesn't mention anything else.
It says وضع اليد اليمنى على وسط ساعده اليسرى ثم وضعهما على صدره.
على صدره.
And
That's it. So just going on a tangent, Shaykh Albani rahimahullah, if you read his book, Sifat Salat al-Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it's a really good book. But if you just had a brain, you would understand certain things. So there's a problem. It's basically you're talking to somebody who doesn't have a brain and giving them the tools of information that you need a brain for. Does that make sense? Like as I'm talking to my kid, I say, listen, Mikhail, there's different ways of education. There's this. You choose. He's like, well, I'm just gonna do the funnest, right? Like he doesn't actually have the tools to do that. So Shaykh Albani rahimahullah, in his Sifat Salat al-Nabi, he mentions a hadith in Ibn Khuzaymah that the Prophet put his hand on his chest, right? That's what the dhahir would be like, you put your hand here. And then he mentions in the footnotes that Muhammad ibn Nasr al-Marwazi, who was like a 4th century scholar, said that Ibn Ishaq, that Ishaq ibn Rahaway, the contemporary of Imam Ahmad, would sometimes do that in Taraweeh. So when you say Ibn Ishaq, Ishaq ibn Rahaway would sometimes do that in prayer, that means other times he wouldn't do it, right? He would sometimes do that in Taraweeh. That means outside of Taraweeh he wouldn't do it, and other times in Taraweeh he wouldn't do it. What about the rest of the world? It's like saying, oh yeah, I've eaten that in Vietnam. That means other places in the world don't do that. So you're talking about somebody in like the 3rd century, he would occasionally do it. Now that's your deen. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a problem. Just the way that you perceive things. It means you don't actually have the ability to process information. And so that's what it is. It's democracy. You empowered the masses to abuse them. 100%. It's just what is it? The women's lib. Empower women to abuse them. 100%. 100%. Going to give you rights that you can't handle and to abuse you. Oh, women should work. It's wrong that they don't work. All you want is more people, more production. That's all you want. That's what you're doing. Just had more people in the work so no, women should work. What's your problem? It's like that's what you don't have good intention for me. You just want to abuse me. So that's the whole Salafi movement is like it's great for like super duper scholars. It's fantastic. Why not? Fantastic. But you're not on that level. So you just abuse people and make people do stupid things. And make them listen to you instead of somebody else. So it's just a displacement reaction, right? It's like we'll get rid of Saddam and put somebody else in place. What, the other guy's better? It's like you know, that's all you do, right? Put somebody like, oh, this guy's really bad. Like, yeah, but who you putting in place is even worse, right? So these are these tricks of the shaitan, these shayateen. May Allah protect us. Okay, so now we have another 2/3 to go through. So inshallah, let's start with Tabtabai. I'm gonna skip that for a second. Okay, let's have a look at. So, and then if you can see on the Zoom, people are logged into Zoom, but anyway, or on the sheet that I shared out, I'm looking at now Nahu, right? Nahu is grammatical analysis of the Quran, right? So when we talk about Tafsir al-Lughawi, looking at the Quran from a linguistic point of view, obviously that's very important because it's Arabic. There's basically kind of like two genres that we kind of have to look at. One is what's called I'rab al-Quran, like literally the grammatical analysis of the Quran for the sake of grammatical analysis, right? The other one is Tafsir al-Lughawi. So grammatical analysis of the Quran, this starts off pretty early, right? Starts off pretty early. And so you have people like, so of the books that have reached us, we have, for example, a book called Ma'ani al-Quran, The Meanings of the Quran, by al-Akhfash. This is the contemporary of Sibawayh, so in the 2nd century. So it's a small book, but it's very, very technical because what he's doing is dealing with really complex grammatical problems in the Quran. How to explain this? How to explain that? What's going on, right? So inshallah, we'll try and have a look at some of these things. The terminology will be really hard because it won't use late grammatical terminology, right? So it's which kind of, right, you have to kind of understand, you have to be very well versed in the late grammatical school in order to understand what's going on, if that makes sense, right? It's like I'm just going to jump in and read Plato in Greek. I like to just lost. Like sit down and do like, this is Platonism. These are the ideas that Plato talks about. This was happening before. Here's Aristotle. Like do intro and then do my intro to Greek and then like pick up this thing. Like otherwise you'd be impossible. You won't be able to read it. Just kind of totally lost. So we have the Ma'an al-Quran by al-Akhfash. It's very useful, very in depth. These people are super like they're thinking like beyond, right? So like imagine for example I'm like I asked a question like why is the table gray, right? And you'd be like, well, if it was white, it'd get dirty easily, That's an answer. But some people are like, no, like what is grayness? And they start thinking about like light and the bending of light and those kind of things. And then like what is electromagnetic waves? That's a really deep way of thinking about things, right? That's how these people think. So they're analyzing like the surface level and the level beyond that and the level beyond that. And they're looking at like linguistics, looking at all kind of different things. It's pretty complex. We have after that something a bit broader by a later scholar, al-Farra. So al-Farra is early grammarian. It's broader, same kind of genre though. He's doing like tricky kind of things. And Farra is Kufi and Akhfash is Basri. So initially, these are the two schools of grammar, Basra and Kufa, both in Iraq, right? The what's it called? The Basrans are much more what's it called? What's the phrase? Prescriptivists, whereas the Kufans are a bit more descriptivists. So, for example, like the Basrans, they will say, for example, after either, when you have a sentence like either ja'a nasrullahi wal fath, something, either is always followed by a jumla fi'aliyah, has to be followed by a verb. So then if you see what either shamsu kuwirat, like there's a verb implied. There has to be a verb implied there. Either kuwirat shamsu kuwirat. Like because that's how it has to be in Arabic. The Basra, the Kufans are like, no, it's cool. Like we've seen that. That's okay. Like they're gonna accept. Like there'll be like one line of poetry. They'll accept that as like okay. I guess you could also say that. Whereas the Basrans are very restrictive. They will like reject lots of things or interpret things in other ways to say that this is implied or that's implied. Right. So as one grammarian said, he said, لولا الحذف والتقدير لفهم النحو الحمير. Says, were it not for things being dropped and things being implied, donkeys won't understand grammar. But it's not like that, right? There's lots of things happening behind the scenes. It's quite complex. Then it builds up and we get to Zajjaj, right? And so you will find Tabari quoting people like Akhfash, quoting people like Farra. These are these big grammarians. And Zajjaj then is this huge grammarian as well. And then we get to Nahas, who's a bit later. And similar kind of thing. So again, the terminology can be weird. So like Saturday morning, I have a class, I'rab al-Quran by Nahas. Terminology is really weird. So you wouldn't really understand, unless you understood the grammar properly, you wouldn't understand what he's talking about because he uses a term that's not normal term that we use in late grammar. So anyway, in order to access this book, you need to do a lot of homework. But there is one source that's kind of like really late and will just put everything together for you, right? And that's a general system. So Samin al-Halabi, 9th century, I think. So he's Shafi'i. So he has this huge book, Ad-Durr al-Masun, the preserved the pearl, where he basically does a whole i'rab of the whole Quran, mentions basically everything you could imagine, like 20 positions on this ayah, how to analyze this, how to analyze that, etc., etc., etc. So I want to let's jump to Qul Huwa. Somebody could write, just copy and paste from that. I don't know if you're able to access the file, but copy paste Ad-Durr Masun and put Qul Huwa Allahu Ahad. We want to do the i'rab of Huwa. What is the i'rab of Huwa?
So we're looking at the PDF? Or...
you can look at PDF, and pretty sure it's on the same link. They should be on the same thing. Ad-Durr al-Masun with a Sad by Samin al-Halabi. Just look at Qul Huwa Allahu Ahad. And at the same time, maybe somebody else can look at مثلا ما بعوضة in al-Akhfash or Farra, one of the two. And then maybe somebody else can do Sibghatullah in Durr al-Masun as well. Sibghatullah wa ahsan Allah wa ahsan min Allah sibgha.
Which one? 11,000 pages.
Only. Yeah, it's like 11 volumes. Durr al-Masun. Farra or Akhfash does one of the two. Or Zajjaj. So there's a grammarian called Az-Zajjaji. He's called Az-Zajjaji because he's stuck to Zajjaj.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like Ibn Qasim, 25 years with, right? So that's education, you know, that you. And what do they sacrifice? They sacrifice a lot, you know. And he's coming from Egypt, right? So like you went to Egypt, you come from Egypt, which is a nice place, and you go to Medina, it's hot and there's nothing there, and it was like poor and everything. You know?
Wait to Medina?
Ibn Qasim, right?
Oh, no.
Right. And I think eventually he went back to Egypt, presumably, but it's tough, you know.
I heard he
stayed there, or
was, checking.
Oh, really?
Had some problems, right?
probably.
I heard the Malikis were the ones who
Allahu Alam.
like killed him.
Yeah. Oh, at least they cared. Now we don't even care, right? I'm sure if I was Shia, I could give a khutbah in Walnut Creek, they wouldn't care. They were like, yeah, I like your style. You know? As long as I give you a halal, give you the fatwa you want, they wouldn't care. Right? It's not. I think people will care here. If you're Shi'i, Salafi, whatever, they wouldn't care. If I had a PhD, it'd be great. Like PhD, I don't care what he is. In England, they'll kill you. You know, like literally, one of my teachers, he came to England and said, "If you come again, we'll beat you up." Like they care about the deen. You know, it's like that's not good, but at least you care. You know, they're like, "Hey, you can't be in this masjid. If you're one of those, you can't." You know, like they care about it. Like now, it's like you don't even care. You know, it's like this Yemeni kid. This Yemeni kid in my school. One of these kids said something about his mum. I was like, "Oh man, here we go. This kid is gonna knock him out, and he's gonna be expelled." Didn't do anything. I was like, "Man, I wish he had knocked him out." You know, I mean, that's not good. You don't punch someone in the face, but I prefer that you knock somebody out for saying something about your mum as opposed to saying nothing. You know, in Jordan, they play games like, "Oh, I say stuff about your sister, you say about my sister." Haha. It's like, dude, what's your problem? You know, it's like you just don't care. You know, may Allah protect us. Afghans, you still die, right?
Not with it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're a unique man.
Huh?
You're a unique man. Tell us about the culture.
You wouldn't find someone.
No, I'm saying just the general populace, right?
Yeah.
I'm not like everyone else, guys. Okay, I'm sending a screenshot for.
Can you share the link because the screenshot's kind of it's harder for me for the Zoom. It's harder for me to open.
Hey,
We have approximately 0 participants on Zoom right now, but I'm recording for the next generation.
7,054 on the PDF.
Okay, you showing the link to the PDF?
Yeah. Page 7,054. Sorry, 7,052. For loss.
I think you should open where you just were, usually, on that archive thing. This might take a while. We have 15 minutes, right, to the Iqamah? So let's try and finish in 5 minutes, inshallah.
Sheikh Farid, did you ever visit Farid, like Baba Farid?
Baba, I need to visit. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? Baba Farid. So he says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Okay. في هو وجهان. Who's going to read this then? Need to zoom in a bit more. Eek. Sorry, it's like got really big.
7,054.
7,054.
Wajhan Hadima.
Good. Wajhan meaning what? What does that mean, wajhan? Two opinions. Okay, two ways you can look at it.
My grammar, my vocabulary.
No worries. No, there's terminology in the ilmi world, wajhan, right? There's wajhan. Yeah. أنه ضمير عائد على ما يفهم من السياق فإنه يروى في الأسباب أنهم قالوا لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Just going to read because we've got to stop. صف لنا ربك وانصبه قيل قالوا له أمن نحاس هو أم من حديد فنزلت وحينئذ يجوز أن يكون الله مبتدأ وأحد خبره والجملة خبر الأول. Okay, so he says, they said, describe what Allah is. What's he made out of? Right? On subhu, like give me his lineage. Right? When I say so, who are you? Right? What's your identity? So and so, son of so and so, son of so and so. Right? Like what are you? Tell me what you are. Right? What are you made out of? So he says huwa. He says, what is it? هو ضمير عائد على ما يفهم من السياق. It is a pronoun referring to the general concept. So I'm saying it's like this, guys. What do you mean it's like this? What is it? Right? So you ask me a question and I say, oh, it's like this. And you're like, okay, what is it? Meaning the situation, the discussion, the problem, right? So huwa doesn't mean he. It means the deal is like this, right? Say the deal is Allah is one. The situation, the concept, the idea is Allah is one, not He is Allah one. Does that make sense? Right? And this is the first position he mentions, which therefore might be the strongest position, right? So it's not say He is Allah one or the one, but rather say huwa, right? Like you're from England. What do they say in England all the time? In it, bruv. Right? What do they say? What is in it, bruv? It means isn't it? What do you mean it? Meaning the situation, right? It's nice to see you. The concept, like to see you, is a nice. That whole idea is nice, right? It's so boring, whatever. Like the situation, the whatever it is, right? So that's what it's referring to. The situation, the sha'n, right? The situation is like that. In which case, huwa is a mubtada and ahad is the khabar. So it means the reality. Say the reality is Allah is one, not He is Allah one. Does that make sense? Right. Khair. And then it mentions the other position is that it's something else, etc., etc., etc. Great. Right. So how would I know that if I didn't? Right. And this comes up a lot. Right. Comes up huwa inna fa'lam annahu la ilaha illallah. Doesn't mean know that He is. There's no God but Allah. It means know that the reality is. And the sha'n al-amr, right? The situation is like that, right? Okie dokie. And then maybe it's a good place to stop. What else do we have to look at? We have to look at a bunch of other things. Mathalan ma ba'uda. You guys found that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start maybe with you, inshallah, when we come back, inshallah ta'ala. Stop the recording.
That's like
You're all being recorded. Okay, so we're going to start with Mathalan ma ba'uda, I believe, right? In which book were we looking at? Dur Masun, was it? Or in Nahas?
Or yeah,
As a judge. So Nahas, what's his job?
silver.
Copperware,
Yeah.
right? And the judge, glassware. Right? So all these people are, right? They either work or their parents worked, you know. Leather worker. I don't have these names. Okay, did we find something?
Yeah, I think I sent it, but
I didn't open it. Yes.
the image, but can't send it.
Did we read that one before the break?
No, in Allah, we didn't do that. How do I open this? Okay, I'm gonna read this one out. In Allah. So Ma'an al-Quran says a judge. Can you see the date? He's basically the same, possibly the same year as Imam Nasa'i, I think. I think Imam Nasa'i is like 310 or 311 or something like that. So he's very early, right? Not super early like al-Akhfash and Sibawayh, but he's early.
What?
This one, yeah. So we want to basically find out what's going. Inna Allah la yastahi an yadriba mathalan ma. So what's happening mathalan ma?
So وقوله عز وجل إن الله لا يستحي أن يضرب مثلا ما.
Yeah, here because there's وأما right at the end فأما إعراب بعوضة.
Yeah.
Please, yeah.
Okay. فأما الإعراب بعوضة فالنصب من جهتين في قولنا وذكر بعض النحويين جهة ثالثة فأما أجود هذه الجهات فأن تكون ما زائدة مؤكدة كأنه قال إن الله لا يستحي أن يضرب بعوضة مثلا ومثلا بعوضة وما زائدة مؤكدة نحو قوله فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم. المعنى فبرحمة من الله حقا. فما في التوكيد بمنزلة حق إلا أنه لا إعراب لها فالخافض والناصب يتخطأها إلى ما بعدها فمعناها التوكيد ومثلها في التوكيد لا في قوله لئلا يعلم أهل الكتاب.
So what's he talking about? So he's saying, why is it? So, Inna Allah la yastahi an yadriba mathalan. That would be easy. Allah is not ashamed to make an example. And then he says, mathalan ma. So what's the judge saying? But what does he mean by that then? What does he mean by it? He says he gives you mentioned something like I don't have that. I just have the screenshot here. So, but it has something like something about like a perfect method or something like that. Or he said
with فبرحمة من الله حقا.
Yeah, so it mentioned like haqqan, like so bima rahmatin min Allah means because of some kind of amazing rahmah from Allah. فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم. It is because of some kind of amazing, unfathomable mercy of Allah that you were kind to them, right? ولو كنت فظا غليظ, right? So it doesn't mean the ma is there, but this ma he's saying is the same kind of thing. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not too shy to make any remarkable comparison, right? That's one explanation there. Okay, Now, when if we fast forward, so now where would I want to get? So here, this is his explanation. Says he's not ashamed to give any remarkable thing, right? But it doesn't give us anything else. So he said,
Should I send the screenshot of the?
we want if you look at Samin al-Halabi, he's gonna give us the whole picture. Or let's look up Akhfash quickly as well. Let's try and see what Akhfash says. Because what's going to happen? You have it's like these kind of short explanations. That's just one of them. We want to find something else as well. So he says, قال مثلا ما بعوض لأن ما زائدة في الكلام وإنما هو إن الله استحي أن يضرب مثلا بعوضة مثلا وناس من بني تميم يقولون مثلا ما بعوضة يجعلون ما بمنزلة الذي ويضمرون هو كأنهم يقولون لا يستحي أن يضرب مثل الذي هو بعوضة ويقول لا يستحي أن يثل الذي هو بعوضة مثلا. Okay, there's still much more to be said here. So there's another position before both of them. So this is one of the issues is that the further you go back, the less you're going to gather. So Farrat says one thing, Akhfash another thing. There's somebody before them, Kisa'i, he says something else, and they're not mentioning it. So the later you go, the more pictures you have, right? The earlier you go, the more original, the more interesting it would be. But then it's like everything's all over the place, right? So can you find Kisa'i? Because both of the Arabs are fairly simple and original. Like Allah is not ashamed to make any or any amazing kind of thing. But Kisa'i's analysis is actually very different. Maybe someone can look at Samin al-Halabi because it'll be there if it's because.
I don't have Kisai. I have Nahas.
Nahas. Try Nahas then. Okay. So he mentions much more. He mentions he says mention three positions. look at this. ووجه الثالث قول الكسائي والفراء قال التقدير أن يضرب مثلا ما بين بعوضة عفوا. You see that? What does that mean? So إن الله لا يستحيي أن يضرب مثلا ما بعوضة فما فوقها.
In between
What it means is ما actually means ما بين. It means ما بين بعوضة فما فوقها. They dropped the word بين, so then the مضاف إليه بعوضة became mansub. Right? So that's really weird because how am I supposed to know that ma means between? right? Like I'm totally lost. So the other ones are like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like I kind of, even if I didn't hear the explanation, I can kind of similar. Here it's like totally means like Allah is not ashamed to make anything from as low as a fly all the way up to something else between A and B. Ma meaning between A and B. And then if you look in Farra, he will give an example. He's like, all the Arabs will say this, ma kada wa kada, meaning ma baina kada wa kada, right? And it's like, that's how am I supposed to know that? So I'm reading this verse for 50 years. I have no idea that it's ma baina without these people, right? So this is an example of that. And then so you, again, you could if you go just if you could skip all of that and go down to Samir al-Halabi, he'll give you. They'll say there's 5 positions on this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
The difference between the ayahs about the actual.
What, so it doesn't, when you say ma, it doesn't mean what, it doesn't mean any, it doesn't mean great, it means between. So I'd say, you would say ma Walnut Creek or Brentwood. And you'd be like, how am I supposed to know that means ma baina? So, oh, that exists. The Arabs would say ma kada wa kada, meaning ma baina kada wa kada. Like, oh, I had no idea. And how did they know that? Because it was said ma, and then the word was mansub. That tells me that there's the word baina was dropped. So you say ma Walnut Creek or Brentwood. It's like, why are you speaking like that? It's like, oh, because I'm saying ma baina kada. So what's happened is you dropped the word baina. That baina was mudaf to those words, so those words were both majrur, and then you dropped it, they became mansub in its place. So it's like really weird, right? So you find these things, right? Like the huwa was not surprising. Like he is Allah. It's like that's where, you know, like qul huwa Allah. It's like actually that's not necessarily the meaning, right? And you know, even here, not necessarily the meaning. Okay, let's what are we supposed to look at next?
Like an example of like where Bain is not omitted, it would be وَمَا بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ سَبِيلًا.
Yeah, well, baina that basically baina is there, but imagine, but if I didn't, how are you supposed to understand that ma means baina? Like right, like right. Okay, Sibrat Allah. Let's just look at Samin al-Harabi. Sibrat Allah.
Like when did like the Basra and Kufa like have that
Conflict?
Yeah.
The first 500 years or so. Well, they weren't really far back, yeah.
Like in Lugha, right?
In Lugha, yeah.
Yeah.
But in general, so that it was kind of one thing. It's in narration of poetry. So they say the Basri narrate this poem this way, the Kufian do it that way. It's like literally like universities, right? Like how would they do this? How would they do that? It's like different. And then you had the Baghdadis, and then you had Andalusians. So eventually.
And these were Arabs, or these were like Persians who.
I mean, so basically, if you think about Iraq, right? They're Arabs. I think they're all Arabs. Sibawayh is not originally Arab, but it's like they're Arabs, you know. But it's like what it is basically it's like, you know, it's funny. Like I was in, again, I was talking about the haram. Love it. We're talking about like weed yesterday, right, and everything. And so it was like I was in somewhere in Berkeley, and somebody pointed out, says, you know, Green Day are from like that's where they started. Like what Green Day's from here? Like yeah, they're from here. You guys know Green Day? No, okay, you don't know Green Day. Fantastic. You know what Green Day, right? Heard of them? Come on, guys. I used to skate, so like that's kind of skater world, you know. Anyway, it's like, oh my God, they're from here. It's like, yeah, everything's from here, right? Like, what's from Wisconsin? Milk, cheese. Yeah, that's about it, right? It's like Paris, London, you know. There's certain places in the world like these are significant places, right? Another place like you're not significant. There's no power, there's no money, there's no thought. There's just like dead, right? So like Iraq is like a pumping place. Lots of things happening. There's money, there's trade, there's conflict, sectarianism, politics, military thing coming in. Like things are happening there. Like there's no Medinan school of Nahu or Meccan school of Nahu, right? Even Tafsir like kind of ends. It just like sizzles out. Like the Meccan school just kind of sizzles out. Yeah, the Medinan school of fiqh eventually sizzles out and moves elsewhere. So the Malikis all develop somewhere else. They don't really develop in Medina. Like some of the early Malikis in Medina. There's the Imam Malik and some of the early like first 2 generations. Afterwards, it just disappears. It's not a thing. You know, like it's because there's no money and power there. So Central Asia, there's money and power. Spain, there's money and power. Egypt, there's money and power. You know, so whenever there's money and power, there's people. That's where civilization happens. Right. So civilization doesn't happen, you know, in somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Writing did not happen in England because there's nothing happening. Right, whereas it happened in Egypt, Middle East, right? That's where civilization happens. So you know, so civilization was happening in Mecca and Medina initially because that's where revelation was, and then maybe other things, you know, people meet up, but it's not Like it's not a big place really, because there aren't people there. It was like Egypt, the bread. It was the bread basket of the Roman Empire, like, and it remained like that. It's like super important place. Tons of people, tons of thought, tons of activity, right? Like, what's the population of California versus Wisconsin? It's like, you know, it was funny. I asked somebody about, you guys don't know about. I'm sure, inshallah you don't know about these guys. Slipknot. They're like the most ridiculous. You know about these guys? The most ridiculous band ever. And it's like they're from one of these places. Like, yeah, surprise, surprise. Why would you dress up with a mask and scream really loud because you're bored out of your face? Like, there's nothing to do, right? Whereas here, like say San Francisco is like tons of culture, right? There's gonna be. I'm sure there's gonna be like their own genre of poetry. They probably have their own type of rap. They have their own type of everything, right? In every single thing, like there's lots of things happening, right? California, Florence, whatever, wherever Constantine. There's stuff happening there. Why would you have all these people from Constant? What's it called? Where is it in Algeria? It's called. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening there, right? There's a lot of people there. It was an important place important place to conquer, important place to control. It was always important, right? So Muslim Spain, tons of things happening. So wherever there isn't any money and power, and there's no agriculture, and there's nothing's going to happen there, right? So like let's say Mauritania. Mauritania is a place for knowledge to be preserved, not to be created. You don't find like, oh, there's this amazing person who came out of Mauritania. They preserved the knowledge and they stand out because they preserved it. But everything they study is taught with a few exceptions. Basically, everything they study and teach is not from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sibratullah, what are we doing? You found it in Samina Halabi?
I found it in Zajjaj.
In Zajjaj? Anybody found it in Samina Halabi?
What's the name?
Ahmed, we only allowed married men in the group, so
Oh, actually,
yeah. And we just fixed it. Don't worry. Get you married. Okay, where do we get to?
Which text did you want?
We're Samin al-Halabi, and you're looking at Farra, was it? Or was it Judge?
I said Zajjaj in the beginning and al-Halabi.
Samin al-Halabi. Okay, so I'm sharing which ones now? Sibrat Allah. Okay. So you said 3, is that correct?
Yeah, the second one, the most recent is a continuation of 2 of them are.
Can you send the link? A little bit easier.
Yeah.
It's hard because I'm like,
No,
what I'm
I
doing
can't
is.
send that on my phone because I can't access it.
Oh, I see, because it's an app.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, no worries. I get
Someone
you.
has done
Right. You see here the same thing. Samin al-Halabi. He's from Halab. Aleppo is like a super important place, right? Jarash is not. right? Like in Jordan, like there's not many scholars in Jordan because it's just like an area between, you know. Okay, Samin al-Halabi. So just a concept of development of the sciences and all these kind of things. Read Muqaddim Ibn Khaldun. It's in English. Like he talks about all of these things. Like the ulum al-shar'iyya are just manifestations of civilization, types of civilization, right? Developments of civilization. So you could look at it like you can look at electronics, you can look at carpet fabrics, food. Where does falafel come from, right? Why would, for example, the food in Jordan be very simple compared to, for example, what is it? Like Nablus, for example, like they had like super because Jordan is a non-country. Nablus was always a super important place. So you have all these people coming, they're competing to who can show the nicest food and do this, right? So like that creates culture. Whereas what's like staple food in Mauritania? Like nothing, right? It's very simple because it's not doing the same thing, right? I don't know what happened to England. Like we had like fish and chips, but anyway, but like a lot of places like Afghan food, like Central Asia food, you're the center of everything. So you're gonna have all these things. Whereas somewhere there's not, it's always gonna be simple literature, simple clothing, everything simple. So he talks about this whole thing, the Bedouin to the city, like in all stages, and as part of that is the ulum al-shar'iyya, and then he goes into specifics about each ilm, how did it develop and what happened, etc. But the key thing is that sacred knowledge is an accident of or not an accident, is a part of civilization, and civilization only happens in a place of money and power, not because the ulama are chasing money and power, but that's where people are, and it's a human activity, so therefore it doesn't exist in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, or it's never like that. Look Aristotle and Plato, they're in Athens, right? Like super important place. They're not in the middle of nowhere, right? Okay, so where do we get to? Sibghatullah qara'a. So basically with a fatha. So the question is, why does it have a fatha? He mentions these different things. So he mentions Sibghatullah qara'a jumhur. So he says, وَأَمَّا قِرَاءَةُ الجمهور فَفِيهِ أَرْبَعَةُ أَوْجُهٍ. There's 4 reasons why it could be mansub. أن انتصابها انتصاب المصدر المؤكد وهذا اختاره الزمخشري. قال وهو الذي ذكر سيبويه والقول ما قال حذامي. انتهى. Right. واختلف حينئذ على ماذا انتصب هذا المصدر. فقيل عن قوله ونحن له مسلمون. وقيل عن قوله فقد اهتدوا. والثاني أن انتصابه على الإغراء. Something else. So the first position is really complex. Okay, so we have to understand what a maf'ul mutlaq is, right? So I said, for example, I was driving. Okay, I'm driving behind Wasim, and what's your name again? Zaid was driving behind Muhammad. So whenever I see your face, I'm gonna start laughing, bro, because there's just too many jokes. Okay, don't know why. So please forgive me. You're a cool guy, but you just make me laugh. Okay, that's a good sign. Okay, so anyway, so if I said, for example, أقتاد وراء وسيم اقتياد زيد وراء Muhammad. What does that mean? That means I follow Wasim in the same way that Zayd follows Muhammad. He drives, whenever he gets really close, you get really close. Whenever you get really close, I get really close. So we're doing the same iqtida, right? Iqtida, right? So are we doing the same thing? So that's called maf'ul mutlaq. أنا ضربته ضرب زيد محمدا. I struck him the same way that Muhammad struck Muhammad. Zayd hit Muhammad. So that's called maf'ul mutlaq. Okay? Allah yasamaḥak. Okay? So that's called maf'ul mutlaq. So the problem is, sometimes you have the maf'ul mutlaq, but the verb is, what it's actually referring to is a bit vague. Right? So you might say something like, for example, شتمته ضرب زيد عمرو. I insulted him in the same way that Amr hit Zayd. So it's not really, it's like similar kind of meaning, hitting and insult, but not quite the same. And sometimes you can push it really different, make it like really different. For example, you could say, أنا وقعت على العقد niyabatan an Muhammad. I signed the contract, niyabatan, taking the place of Muhammad. So how is niyaba, which means to take the place, the same as tawqi'? Well, because in that situation, signing was an act of taking the place. So in that situation, it was kind of like close enough. But that's really weird. So he said that's what's happening here. Is like basically when you say it says the dying of Allah, dy, right? The dying of Allah. Sibra is the color, right? Having a color. So it's like, how is that? What's even going on? So he's saying it's mansub because you say وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ سِبْرَةَ Allah. Like we are Muslims, we are Muslims, and we are submitted to Him by way, just as you would get dyed by Allah and take on Allah's color, or the color that Allah wants you to be taken onto. So it's like a really abstract thing, but it's still doing the nasb. Does that make sense? Right? So you know, my Sheikh Ali Hani explained, he's like if you look at the whole verse, right? It's like they're trying to be Jews and they're trying to be Christians, and we're like, no, we're just going to follow Allah. We're going to do this. We're going to do the sibrat Allah, right? Following the way of Allah, accepting the dye of Allah. So they're following they're taking their color, we're taking our color. But it doesn't say color. But it's like that's the general idea. Your way and my way, and like the color of Allah, right? You know, like he said, for example, you know, وافقه سمعا وطاعة. You know, it's like wafaqa is not the same as sama, is it? To agree is not the same as listen, but it's similar, right? He listened to him by way of he agreed with him by way of listening and obeying, right? Because they're close enough, right? So that's what's happening here, but it's like really distant. That makes sense, right? So that's sibrat Allah, right? We're doing all of this by way of following, and which way is by way of taking on the dye of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then he mentions other positions as well. The other one is ighra, see well to the dye of Allah. And there's third, is that the badal of something else? And then there's a fourth, I think, maybe something else. So here Zamakhshari says, so Zamakhshari, who is Mu'tazili, right? Hardcore Mu'tazili, says, وَهِيَ السِّبْرَ مِنْ صَبَغَ كَالْجِلْسَ مِنْ جَلَسَ. The way, so jilsa means the way that you sit. طعمة, the way that it tastes. Shirba, the way that he drinks, right? Sibra, the way that he dies. وهي الحالة التي يقع عليها الصبغ, the way that the dying happens. والمعنى تطهير الله لأن الإيمان يطهر النفوس. والأصل فيه أن النصارى كانوا يغمسون أولادهم في ماء المعدودية. They used to do المعمودية. They used to baptize their children, and they used to have a certain color. ويقولون هو تطهير لهم. This is a way of purifying our kids. فأمر المسلمون أن يقولوا آمنا وَصَبَغَنَ اللَّهُ سِبْرَةً لَا مِثْلَ سِبْرَتِكُمْ. We have believed, and Allah has dyed us in a particular way that is not like your way. It's our color, right? وإنما جيء بلفظ السبغة على طريق المشاكلة كما يقول لمن يغرس الأشجار اغرس كما يغرس فلان تريد رجلا يصطنع الكلام. So he said, let's mention, going on something else, mushakala, right? Mushakala is like when you say, وَجَزَاءُ سَيِّئَةٍ سَيِّئَةٌ مِثْلُهَا, right? The recompense for a bad deed is a bad deed like that. But that's not really true, is it? Because when you take recompense, there's justice. So you use the same word, bad deed, when you mean is, if you do something bad to me, then I have the right to have complete justice. So I called it bad, I called it sayyi'ah because it's the same thing, not that it has, because it's the same, not that it's actually bad, right? Khair. That makes sense, inshallah? Okay. So it mentioned then Zamakhshari, we have to go into Zamakhshari, and we have like inshallah 15 minutes, 20 minutes to go into that. So let's quickly so that's Nahu. So we looked at all, that was all Nahu. Okay. So all I was interested, and so all that was, so now what happened was Nahu evolved along with a science called Sarf. So Sarf, Balagha and poetry, it's like one kind of world. So meaning analysis of poetry and these kind of things. So but then there's another science that developed, which is called Balagha, the science of rhetoric. So where did that come from? If you just look on the handout, where is it? So I'm just sharing like some notes here. There's not really a kind of a full description at all. But basically, what is Balagha? It's a confluence of literary criticism and theology. So you have theology, people saying, Is everything in the Quran literal? So yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, like in a kind of very vague way, right? And they don't really know what they're talking about, and they're dealing with things like, well, what would be metaphor then? Like, does it even exist? What is metaphor, right? You have to start talking about these things. On the other side, you have people who are doing literary criticism. One of the reasons why they're doing literary criticism is to do literary criticism, like what's good poetry, what's good poetry. The other one is people are making up poetry and saying, oh, this isn't, this is a Jahili poem. It's like, no, it's not. Like there's this really, really epic poem called Lamiyat al-Arab. Like it's really, really good. And I asked one of my teachers, I said, is it fabricated or not? Because many people say it's actually made up. Someone just like made this up. This guy called Khalaf al-Ahmar, and he was like, he just made it up. And so my teacher said, like, dude, like he's either like an epic poet or he's speaking the truth. Because it's like that doesn't. If I just start quoting like Pashto poetry, it's like, well, you just made it up, and the spot's like, whoa, that's pretty amazing. Either or you read it somewhere, like in which case you didn't make it up. So anyway, so people were making stuff up, and so like there's the fabricating poetry it was a thing that you would do, like fabricating hadith. You want to show yourself to the ruler. Yeah, I know 50,000 lines of Jahili poetry, and I can explain everything, and you just make stuff up, right? People were making stuff up all the time. So one way of critiquing Jahili poetry and find out if it's real or not is look at the quality. So now you need to have standards. So then you have all these scholars who start to have standards, right? And so you get these different, like one person was Ibn Mu'taz. He was an Abbasid Khalifa for one day, but he was like a poet, and he wrote poetry, critiqued poetry. He had like a book called the Kitab al-Bidi', which is analyzing poetry and critiquing poetry and ways of doing these things. So what you basically had is these kind of two things that are happening: theological debates and fiqh debates, because in fiqh we talk about majaz, right? We just said, for example, nikah, haqiqatan fil wata', right? It literally means this. Okay, what if you say literal, then you have to talk about metaphor. And if you say metaphor, what kind of metaphor? What do you mean, right? What is that? So in fiqh and aqidah, we talk about metaphor, and we need to have a system because it's not very clear. And then these guys as well. And eventually, what happened in the end of the 4th century is we get Abdul Qahir al-Jurjani. So Abdul Qahir al-Jurjani, he's a huge grammarian, and I'm pretty sure he's Shafi'i. And Jurjani, I put Jurjani, he's from Iran, like most of these people. And he's also like a specialist in Aqeedah and other things. And he writes these two totally epic books. And he basically he changes the face of Balagha forever, right? And he writes a book called one is called Dala'il al-A'jaz, the proofs of how the Quran cannot be copied. And so in order to do it, you have to talk about you have to have a system. Otherwise, like, oh, the Quran's really beautiful. Like, what do you mean? So he goes through all these kind of things, talks about that at length. And he has another book now. It's called Asrar or something like that. What it is now? Escapes me now. So he's really important, and he sets this new stage. But this is the year now 400. He's born in 400. So you're not going to be studying his work, and it's not going to be in your curricula for the next 100 years, right? So therefore, this whole genre, like a real genre of what's called Tafsir Balaghi, is going to happen from the year about 5th century, 6th century on. So then we get this really important scholar called Az-Zamakhshari. Az-Zamakhshari, he's Mu'tazili. He is huge Lughawi. He has a book called Asas al-Balagha, which is on like phrases that the Arabs use that nobody else would know. Like, what's this phrase? What's that phrase? Like turns of speech, like things like that. It's really, really big. And he writes this book, this tafsir, which is called al-Kashaf. And so Kashaf is like the first proper. So early scholars will touch upon Balagha in the Quran. You'll see it here and see it there, but it's kind of not that organized. Whereas the Kashaf of Zamakhshari, he's really using rhetorical terms and pulling out certain things. And there's two things that are really significant about him. Number one, he's Mu'tazili. So basically, it's like, imagine if we had, for example, a mufti, the Grand Mufti of Walnut Creek, and he has all these crazy ideas, and then he turns around and say, hey, I'm perennialist, eat that. You're like, oh my God, the guy's perennialist. He thinks all religions are equal. It's like, dude, so now everyone's going to come and try and slam him. So whenever you have a problem, you get a reaction. So he was Mu'tazili. He's saying, we don't believe in predestination. We don't believe in magic. The Prophet ﷺ is not the best of creation. This, all a bunch of things, right? So he writes this totally epic book, which contains major problems. And not on top of that, he asks some questions. He's like, why would this be the case? Why would that be the case? He begs all these questions. So he's really, really important. So what happens then is basically he drops this bomb. He's a huge contribution to the rhetorical side of understanding the Quran, but at the same time, very agitates things. So now what happens is we get two Sunnis basically copying his work but tweaking it. So we're going to come along and we're going to say everything that is wrong Aqidah wise about your book, we're going to change it. So we get Imam Baydawi and Imam al-Nasafi. One's a Hanafi Maturidi, the other one's a Shafi'i Ash'ari. So they come along and they tweak it and basically get everything he said, agree or disagree on some of the rhetorical points, and then totally destroy him on the Aqidah issues. Right? And so now, Baydawi, so Nasafi is a bit easier to read, but Baydawi becomes this textbook that everybody is reading for the next 500 years. It's like a really important book because Baydawi is an Usuli, Baydawi is a Mutakallim, Baydawi is also now a Mufassir, and it's like really useful. It has all these different things in it. And it's like every single time I have the key, so the key problem of the time is the Mu'tazila and all their issues. I'm seeing the answer to, if that makes sense, right? So it's really important. So then basically we get Imam Baydawi. He is in the 6th, 7th century, I believe. And so, according to Google AI, there's at least 2,000 known Hawashi, right? So basically what you're going to have is like every single generation is going to be studying Baydawi and writing rebuttals, footnotes, agree, disagree on it. Like like all over the place. From India all the way to Egypt and Ottoman Turkey and everywhere, right? So you have like Hashit al-Qarnawi from in Konya in Ibn Tamjid, who is in somewhere in India. You're going to have Ibn Shihab al-Khafaji. You're going to have tons of them. So if you like, one of my friends, he did his PhD on who is it again? Another Hashia. He went through like he went through what's called the Fanqalat of this who is it now? I'm trying to think. It escapes me now, but there's a famous Hashia on it. And he just basically there's this places where this author throughout the whole book he says, if this is said, then I say this. Like discussions. If you say this, I say this. He went through all the fanqalat fa in qila qultu. If you say this, then I say this throughout the whole book and did all these things. So it's now basically that's one of like the main places where you'll study tafsir. Like I want to study tafsir. It's like you do the whole of Baydawi or you do at least Baqarah from Baydawi. Right? It's like then you've seen these big discussions about predestination, about what these guys say, what we say, how we answer that, how we answer this. There's kalam in it, there's fiqh in it, there's Arabic, there's nahu, it's everything. It's like it's really, really kind of good. So that's a good place. You're looking for like rhetoric, right? You're gonna find these things. So Baydawi, for example, talks about what is the point of Alif Lam Mim? Why would you even mention that? So based on Zamakhshari before him and adding some things, he's like, oh, have you noticed that 14 of the letters are used? And there's 28 letters. Have you noticed that half of the huruf al-hams are used? Half of the huruf al-jahr are used? Half the huruf al-qalqala are used? Half of this? Actually, every single group of letter, half of them are used. So it's almost like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, hey, I've done a fair deal. I've given you half of the Arabic letter, the alphabet. I'm taking half. Now challenge me. Now you don't find that in Tabari. Because nobody made that observation yet. Right? What kind of L is being used in Dalik al-Kitab? Are you saying that is the book? I mean, the book that's referenced? Are you saying that is the book, as in like hit a bomb? The book. Like, that, what do you mean, right? So that whole discussion, is quite advanced because in reality, to talk about L, like I'll give you a description on like the types of L, like 14 types of L. So you have to talk about like all these different types of L in order to understand that. So it's going to take quite a long time. And so Baydawi will talk about these kind of things, etc. So then we have I'm just going to add another 4 scholars that are relevant that come later. So Abu Sa'ud, Tafsir Abu Sa'ud, this is he was the Shaykh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire, meaning he was kind of like the chief scholar of the Ottoman Empire, and he wrote this Tafsir Abu Sa'ud. It's the same kind of thing. It's not Baydawi and it's not the Hawashi Baydawi, but it's the same kind of general idea. I'm looking at rhetoric, I'm looking at grammar, I'm looking at kalam, I'm looking at fiqh, I'm looking at other things. He's not going to mention a chain of transmission because it's all there already. He's like, go and read Tabari. I'm not going to go and do that, And he's not a muhaddith. Then we have al-Alusi. So I think you have the Al-Alusi Foundation somewhere around here. This is actually they're related to them. So this is Al-Alusi. This is a great. So he has a book Ruh al-Ma'ani, same kind of thing. And Ibn Ashur is late, right? So Ibn Ashur is this like I think he passed away in the 60s, something like that. Maybe is that time 60s, I think, something like that, right? So he's very late, but the book isn't that late. The book isn't like a modern book. It's written like a traditional book, right? It's a different kind of genre. And then the Biqa'i, I'm not quite sure what date he is. That's called Nazm al-Durar. So the Biqa'i's work is specifically designed to why does this verse come here? Why did this surah come here? Why would you do that? It's called Nazm al-Durar في ترتيب السور. Is it over there? There we go. نظم الدرر في ترتيب السور, right? والبقاعي. So there, sit there, never be opened, right? Fantastic. So I'm going to go through one thing. Yeah. So I want to go through the beginning of Surah Al-Ghashiyah from Al-Alusi or Ibn Abu Sa'ud, Abu Sa'ud. So let's go through. If somebody could find just Surah Al-Ghashiyah, هل أتاك حديث الغاشية. So Tabari, for example, would never ask the question, what kind of rhetorical question is this? That's not a thing that Tabari would ask. You know? Al-Akhfash isn't like the i'rab of it is not particularly interesting, but someone like Abu Sa'ud would be like, why would Allah ask a question? Is it theoretically possible for Allah to ask a literal question? If it's a rhetorical question, what's the message? Right? So these kind of things, right? This is what has made Nu'man Ali Khan. Nu'man Ali Khan is that type of tafsir. So what he does is he goes through with his sheikh, using all this stuff and summarizing it with a good explanation. He's like, and so the other stuff don't give you those things. They don't give you this the real spice. And the reason why is because it's obvious to them. Right? So I'm, for example, somebody's like doing like you're like you're into like rap or something like that. No one's going to do a commentary on hip hop because everyone understands hip hop. You know? But 50 years later, I was like, what's he even talking about? I don't know. Like why was that even a good response? I don't know. Don't even understand. I don't understand the culture. I don't understand the language. I don't understand what's going on. So now you have to start doing a linguistic and cultural explanation. But if you're in it, so even Abbas is not going to be like, oh yeah, this is a rhetorical question, and it's like it's kind of obvious, right? So they're explaining things like what they don't know, or what's confusing, or what's to be added, right? So that means it's like we're talking about like 700 years in that we can actually have now somebody telling me what's the rhetorical device here. Does that make sense?
So like when you say like Dublin doesn't have it, or like
They wouldn't ask that question
because it's into
it's obvious. Half of it's obvious, half of it's not a problem. You know. It's like you're asking what kind of milk is in here. Like, I don't know. What kind of milk's in. I don't really care. But what if, for example, in the future, then I'm like, what's milk? You know, because milk doesn't exist. And be like, oh, they used to put milk in the, you know. So if people answer questions based on their problem, there's not a problem, right? Okay, so it's two things with this problem, also what stage they've got to, right? Okay, so Bismillah, did we find so Surah Ghashiyah? Somebody can follow from something else as well. In the meantime, because we're running out of time, somebody wants to look at Amma Yatasa'alun in Hashit ibn Tamjid. So if you look at Hashit ibn Tamjid on Baydawi, we want him to talk about Yatasa'alun. What does that even mean? I'm not sure if Ibn Tamjid is actually going to be there. So it does. The PDF exists though.
That'd be Hayyan.
Abu Hayyan is a bit earlier, so it's more grammar. Okay, so who found? Did anybody find beginning of Ghashiyah in Abu Sa'ud?
Tafsir Abu Sa'ud.
Mm-hmm. So visit his grave. He's right next to Sayyidina Ayub, and it's his grave. Then they call him Busut. Busut. They changed the D's like Mehmet, Muhammad, right? So he's called Abu Sa'ud. Yeah.
He was the one doing like Suleiman's thing.
So yeah. Suleiman the Magnificent, yeah. And what does he say? He says I couldn't do this tafsir because I was in charge of the military. I was a military mufti, so I had to go around with all the campaigns. He kept asking me fatwas, right? So like I can't do it. It's like, well, when am I going to do it then? That's a really good mentality. Like it's like there's a lot of things in life. Actually, you will never have time to do this, right? Just do it now. Just get married. You know, people who say like this one, like from my perspective, like, oh, you should get money before you get married. It's like, well, if you want to marry somebody who needs money, don't marry her. That's my mentality, you know, because it's going to be a headache later on when you get when Trump whatever when after 2030 when everything collapses, you're gonna have this woman who's like, oh, but I need soap. It's like, yeah, all right, you know, marry somebody who can, you know, deal without hot water. Okay, so what do we find?
I think
You have something here? You shared it? You shared it on the group?
I think Ahmed Constantino sent.
What did you share?
Someone said something.
I sent the link.
So which one did you?
Tafsir.
Okay, so it says. Okay, so note, look. So can we if you see on the Zoom? So it says سورة الغاشية مكية أو آيها 26 هل أتاك حديث الغاشية قيل هل بمعنى قد, right? Meaning the conversation or the discussion of the غاشية has come to you, right? قال القطرب, the student of Sibawayh, أي قد جاءك يا محمد حديث الغاشية. And he says, وَلَيْسَ بِذَاك. That's not a good explanation at all. Like, with all due respect to the student of he says, why? بل هو استفهام أريد به التعجيب مما في حيزه والتشويق إلى استماعه والإشعار بأنه من الأحاديث البديعة التي حقها أن يتناقلها الرواة ويتنافس في تلقيها أو الوعاء من كل حاضر وباد. Right? So he says, no, this is not, it doesn't, it's not, it does not mean has the conversation of the Ghashiyah come to you. Rather, it means, it's a question. It's ifham. أريد به التعجيب is supposed to inspire marvel, right? I.e., as if Allah is asking you the question. Like, imagine a question that Allah would have to ask you about. Well, that'll be crazy. If the alim has to ask me a question, that'll be something crazy, right? So he says it's a question that's supposed to quote marvel. مما في حيزه, that which is about. والتشويق إلى استماعه, it's supposed to pull you in, right? Have you seen what they're selling at Walmart? You better go there now. You left me there, right? So it is marketing. It is pulling you in by asking a question. It doesn't say Ghashiyah is a really bad day. It says, have you heard about it? Right? So it's something that's worth marveling, and it's supposed to be tashwiq al-istima', it makes you want to listen to it. وَالْإِشْعَارُ بِأَنَّهُ مِنْ الْأَحَادِيثِ الْبَدِيعَةِ, and it gives you the sense that it's one of these big things. حَقُّهَا أَنْ يَتَنَاقَلَهَا الرُّوَاء, it should be shared, and people should compete to learn about it. Right? So that's what he's doing, and you'll find more nuances. Other people will touch upon other things. They say no, you know, something else. والغاشية الداهية الشديدة التي تغشى الناس بشدائدها وتكتنفهم بأهوالها وهي القيامة. And what it doesn't mention here is, why did you give it a vague name? Why doesn't it say Judgment Day, which is really, really bad, by the way, is really bad? What's the difference between the catastrophe, the smashing, the overspreading thing, the true, all these vague but scary names, right? That's like a horror film. Like, imagine if there was no information, there's no sound and no motion. It's not scary. But a horror film, there's a sound, but I don't know what it is. There's light, but I don't know what it is. So Allah's giving you senses of it, but not giving you senses of it at the same time. So you're supposed to be super scared, right? The other day, subhanAllah, somebody came up to me like, isn't Allah merciful and kind? And, you know, like, I don't really see the whole thing of like fear Allah. It's kind of a bit weird, you know? It's like, bro, you read the Quran, Habibi. Right? There was one of the Sahaba, comes with a weak narration, but one of the Sahaba, he read Surah Al-Qari'ah, said for 3 days he had diarrhea, right? So 3 days of having diarrhea, that means the emotions transferred into chemical reaction, right? And he had like a problem, right? You can get nervous, you can have like stomach problems and whatever, right? And so, like, you know, your child dies while you're pregnant, and you lose the child. You lose a child because, like, oh my God, what happened to me? Like, shock, right? So this person that literally had diarrhea for 3 days, right? Because of Surah Al-Qari'ah, right? People, one of my teachers said people used to die in Taraweeh, like there was, and they actually like pass out, you know. Whereas we're like, dude, his voice. I want my voice like Minshawi. It's not kind of boring. Like because we're listening with their ears. They were listening with their hearts, right? And they didn't have loudspeakers and all these kind of things. But may Allah forgive us. Right? So there's another aspect of there. So can you see this is a totally different world to Tabari, to Qurtubi, to al-Akhfash, to anything else? Like, oh, you're talking about the rhetorical device, right? So the Ghashiyah is that terrible catastrophe that overspreads people with its extreme difficulties and surrounds them with its terrors. Right? Okay. Okay, so that's just the beginning there. And then we're going to see something else if you go to the next ayah. So it says, وُجُوهُ يَوْمَئِذٍ da 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 da, and it says, why is it indefinite? So he mentions, he says, وَلَا بَأْسَ فوجوه مبتدأ ولا بأس بتنكيرها لأنها في موقع التنويع. So he said, why is it that you say faces? You can't usually begin a sentence in Arabic with an indefinite word. You can't say a man came in Arabic. You say came a man. جاء رجل. You can't say رجل جاء. You can say Zayd جاء because Zayd is definite. But you can't say رجل جاء. You can't start a sentence with an indefinite word in Arabic. So here is a sentence beginning with an indefinite word. So you say, well, why is that okay? He says it's fine. لأنها في موقع التنويع means a certain category of faces. So you said a certain category of faces on that day will have this problem and this problem and this problem. So the whole time I'm saying, what about the other faces? Right? So when you do the indefinite, now you're pulling me in. So Allah pulls you in by asking a question, pulls you in by making something indefinite, pulls you in, and then it's like, oh, okay, what about the other? What about? Right? So this is the rhetorical device, right? So he said, let's see what I'm skipping ahead. So he says, oh, 1 second. And then he says, and he says, الشروع في رواية حديث أهل الجنة وتقديم حكاية أهل النار لأنه أدخل في تهويل الغاشية وتفخيم حديثها. So you say you spoke about يوم القيامة. Why do you mention the people of hell first? Well, if I mention people of hell, you understand how bad Judgment Day is, and then it pulls you in to want to know about these other people. ولأن حكاية حسن حال أهل الجنة بعد حكاية سوء حال أهل النار مما يزيد المحكي حسنا وبهجة. Right? Remember they told us in graphic design, if you draw something, graphic design doesn't exist anymore, right? Because they just use computers. But graphic design, if you want to do a sketch of something, scribble around it because then it makes your sketch look better. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala scribbles around the people of Jannah with the description of hell. And it's like, and then suddenly Jannah sounds way better, right? So he says by mentioning hell first, then Jannah sounds even better than it would have otherwise, right? والكلام في إعراب ناعمة, right? 1 second, then it says, okay, go ahead, Wasim.
When he gave an explanation, like why the wujuh, like why you can use the indefinite, is he making like the Quran the base and like rationalizing from there?
Yeah, so he's saying basically, I see something here. So basically he's saying the Quran, the assumption is the Quran is very eloquent. There are there's something I observe here, the word is indefinite, and it could be indefinite for this, that we talk about the use of the indefinite in balagha. Okay, why you did indefinite for this reason. I say, for example, so you called me up, right? And my wife's like, who called you up? So, some guy. You know who? Some guy. So why say his name? Just so when I'm saying some guy, right? Let's say, for example, I don't want Muhammad to know that you came. So he said, oh, who's speaking to? Oh, some guy. So sometimes I use indefinite to intentionally make something vague. Sometimes you use mashallah, was some lunch, right? You use the indefinite to make something great. Sometimes you use it for variation, like, oh, there's cars and there's cars, meaning there's cars of different types, right? Sometimes you use indefinite for takthir, right?
My question was more general, like, is it making...
Yeah, so what he's trying to do is these are the things on my plate. What can I plot? Which slot would make sense?
He's going with the rules.
He's going with the rules. He's not just making it up.
Okay.
Yeah. And so some of these things, it sounds like they're making it up. And some of these things will vary drastically. For example, fihi shifa'un linnas. فيه شفاء عظيم. فيه. So one of the Mufassirin says فيه شفاء is for taqleel. There's some kind of benefit. You know, there's even some kind of benefit. Yeah, but so that's kind of that's fairly subjective then how you analyze it, right? But here here's the question, why did Allah ask a question? Okay, give me three answers. ChatGPT, give me three answers why, if there was a creator of the universe, why he might ask me a question about Judgment Day, right? Could be. So the question. So what happens is you're just asking questions and then you're getting answers. And well, what's the best answer? But the thing is, what if you don't ask that question? You know, and then it's just like, oh. Now some of these things are obvious, right? Like we use rhetorical questions all the time. You know, Mikhail, why am I talking to you? Because I did this, right? My son, right? So like I asked the question for a reason, and we all know how that question is. Okay, and why did we not do our homework? So why do you say we? I'm trying to take the blame off him, right? Me and him. I said, why did you not do the homework? Oh, painful. Why do some students not do their homework? Right? There's all these games that we play. Like half of rhetoric is same as in English and in language. You know, it's not really, but like half of it is. And so it's just like, but you're asking the question why, and then you get some amazing answers. You know, like Zamakhshari says about in Surah, is it Surah Maryam? No, it's not Surah Maryam. In Al Imran, كان يأكلان الطعام. They used to eat food. He's like, so be like, oh yeah, so therefore Maryam alayhi salam, you know, and Isa alayhi salam, they can't be gods because they eat food. He says you got it wrong, guys. Doesn't mean that. So what happens when you eat food? Let's go to the bathroom. So which is more eloquent? Like, dude, you worship somebody who goes to the bathroom. It's like good point. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is showing respect, saying they're not saying they go to the bathroom, but the hujjah is stronger. It's like, oh man. Again, how did you do that? Right? And it's like, dude, you know, it's like, how did you do that? Right? Like, how did you do that? And it's like, dude, you're right. That's such a clever point. It's like, you know, forgive my language. Yeah, Zoom. So it's like, oh, qatalakallah, that's a better one, right? Zamakhshari is like, he comes up with these amazing things. That's like insane. And it's like, put something like that's that's very subtle and very good point. That makes way more sense. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so it shows the adab, how Allah's showing not adab, astaghfirullah, I don't have, you know, but Allah's doing ta'zeem of the awliya and the anbiya, and he's doing a proper, like, dropping the mic on the kuffar. Like, you worship people go to the bathroom crying out loud, right? It's kinaya, right? It's like, wow. And there's tons of these things. When you start looking at this stuff, it's like, oh my God, you know, I just want to do my whole life. Like some people look at this stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Nu'man al-Khan, that's who he is. That's what he is. You just spend 2 minutes, like you get 0.5% of this stuff and share it with the public. Whoa, suddenly you changed my life. You know, I wasn't really, I just like, I like the sound of the Quran, I guess. But now it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. You know? I don't know if my missus is here right now. She's not. You know, she's like, my wife the other day, she's like, that's it, I'm not going to read Quran anymore. I'm just going to do tafsir. Because before you like, just read, it sounded like, oh man, this is, you know, was it? I was waiting for somebody in Bay Area to say, yeah, man, that qira'ah was hella dope, you know? Like, I mean, you know what you mean, right? But the point is, like, it's you know, when you read tafsir, it's like, oh my God, like, I don't just want to read the text, the sound. Like, I actually want to, like, read it. It's like, oh my God, that he said this, he said this. Like, why was that there? You know, one exercise, just go through the Quran and find it where there's a wow and no wow. You're going to find crazy things. But if you don't even notice that, it's like, it's all lost. I remember I came to this class with Sheikh Ali Hani, and he said, Al-balaghatu hiya al-fasl wal-wasl. Rhetoric is and no and. I was like, I have no idea what you just said. No idea. Why would that be relevant? And then you realize, oh my God, I didn't realize. If you just go through the Quran and a no and, you know, my friend and Wasim came. What does that mean? Yeah. What? Yeah, that's what it means. Well, my friend and, so you see and a no and? My friend and Wasim came. My friend Wasim came. So, it's a totally different sentence. So you see that in the Quran, and a no and a no and, right? أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَىٰ هُدًى مِّن رَبِّهِمْ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. That means there's two separate points. They're on a guidance from Allah, and on top of that, like a whole separate point. It's not that point. They alone are the successful people, and nobody else counts. So yes, like so, the balagh in the Quran, pulling it out, pulling the obvious out. Who was there in the khutbah yesterday? Right? Was it a good khutbah? What did they talk about? Taqwa and praying. Bro, There's nothing else on the agenda to talk about. You can like, it's like, it wasn't original though. It's just like simple things. Just think about it. Like, just think about what you're talking about, right? So like, there's so much in it, and it's like you just want to live your life. That's it. I'm gonna become a, you know, just live with the Quran and this whole thing. Sha'arawi, same thing. Sha'arawi does the same stuff, you know. But it's a whole different ball game, you know. Shall we have an idea? So, Nazam ad-Durar. There we go. Let's try and do one more thing. I wanted to try and do Kana Yakulan. It wasn't Kana Yakulan Ta'am, it was oh, last thing I'm going to share. I'm not going to ask you to read this, but this is Top Tabati. We have the prayers in 10 minutes.
15, yeah, 15 seconds.
So I want to share something. This I don't know what Top Tabati is. I think he's recent Shi'i. So when you ever hear the name Top Tabati, it's always Shi'i. So this is again, it's like 22 volume tafsir. He points out this question. He's like, why is it وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا? Sorry. What is it? What's the verse? I got it in front of me here. ثُمَّ عَرَضَهُمْ. Why عَرَضَهُمْ?
It's their names.
Yeah, it's a name. So listen to this. So he says طبطبائي. He says مشعر بأن هذه الأسماء أو مسمياتها كانوا موجودات أحياء عقلاء. So he doesn't say ثم عرضها. Ha would be used for things. But he says ثم عرضهم. That means they are people. Right? And on top of that, he says the angels taught it to Sayyidina Adam, but Sayyidina Adam was given something the angels weren't. So therefore, it's not just the sounds. So Sayyidina Adam was given them, he says, Mush'an ban Hadi Asma, these names, all the things that they refer to are existent and alive and sentient. Right? So do another Yakharib. No. But it's like the same thing. It's like, dude, right? And nobody asked that question. Right? محجوبين تحت حجاب الغيب وأن العلم بأسمائهم كان غير نحو العلم الذي عندنا بأسماء الأشياء. It's not the same thing. وإلا كانت ملائكة بإنباء آدم إياهم بها عالمين وصائرين مثل آدم. Right? So he says basically there is what's this idea with Plato? What did Plato have?
Like the world of shadows.
Right? And that exists in our philosophy as well. Yeah, exactly. The world of forms. So the world of forms is the real world, and then everything else is a shadow of these things. So that basically there is the what is it called? They call it the form. No, there's a word for it. The something of something. But you know, like the form of the real pen, the real cup, the real thing, and everything else. These things are these are all kind of tenzilat of them, right? Application. This is all Ibn Arabi as well. So questions like that. Okay, because if I'm wrong, answer why he says home. So it's actually these. So you ask this question, and so you ask a question, and suddenly you've got a whole thing to roll with. What's going on here? What's going on there? Right? So it's very, very, very different when we start to look at things in this way, right? Allahu A'lam. And so in order to do this, you need to have Arabic grammar. You need sarf. Oh, we need to do Ibn Tamjid. Did anybody find Ibn Tamjid? Let me try and find it. Hash it Ibn Tamjid because it's going to be a bit difficult. We're running out of time.
Sorry, Sean, I actually have to go because my ride is here.
No worries.
If you guys could make sure all the food is out, and if you take the fresh food and make sure any trash that has food on it just goes in the garbage bin. Sorry again.
No worries. Soon as he leaves, we make leave of him. Okay.
Which verse?
I'm looking at the 20th. So I'm yet to set alone. Where is this? Right at the beginning of Juz I'm I'm just trying to share the I'm just showing the link here. WhatsApp group. Okay, so this is pretty tricky. So we have sa'ala, which means he asked, right? And we have tasa'ala al-qawmu, the people asked each other, right? Daraba, he hit. Tadaraba, they hit each other. So the question is, what's going on here, right? So in the hashia it says, da, 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 da. He says, حمل أولا صيغة التفاعل على أصلها. So he says, we're going to understand tafa'ul, to do something to each other. So they're asking one another questions, right? So عما يتساءلون, what are they asking each other about? وهو كون أصل الفعل بين الاثنين فصاعدا بأن يكون بأن يكون كل بعض منهم فاعلا له بالبعض الآخر, right? So that means everybody is the doer and everybody is the done to. I'm asking you, you're asking me, right? He says, إذ وضع التفاعل لنسبة الفعل المشتركين فيه من غير قصد إلى التعلق له فإن كان التفاعل من فاعل متعدي إلى مفعول واحد كضارب يكون التفاعل لازما. So then he says, لكن الظاهر أنه من قيل الحذف والإيصال هنا يتعدى إلى مفعول ثاني بعن ولا يقدر له مفعول الأول كما يقدر. So it says, I'm just going to skip a little bit here. So it says, والظاهر أنه مجاز لأن وضعه كما عرفته وصرح به الجابردي بنسبته إلى المشتركين فيه لهذا أخره مجاز قد يجر. Okay. It says وقد يجرد عن المعنى الثاني فيراد به مجرد صدور الفعل عن متعدد. So we have the misbaha and the pen were asking each other questions. So that means the misbaha was asking the pen and the pen's asking misbaha. Okay. But what can happen is the idea is supposed to be like that. But what can happen is you can have a slightly nuanced meaning where the misbaha is almost like a group of people asking the pen, but it's asking just as before there were two people asking each other, it's asking in different ways. So amma yatasaalun mean how are they asking you from lots of different angles? So it's taking a shade of the sense of each person doing it to each other, just like before, the way that he did it was different to him, but they're both doing it, and just applies it to one side. So it'd be amma yatasaalunaka, and yatasaalunaka would be to ask you from lots of different angles. Some of them doubting, some of them trying to mocking, some of them laughing at you, some of them generally hesitant about it. So what are they asking you about, O Muhammad, from lots of different unique angles? Totally different. As opposed to, is it yas'alunaka or yatasa'alunaka, right? So here he's talking about this. He says, فَيُرَادُ بِهِ مُجَرَّدْ صُدُورُ فِعْلٍ عَنٍ مُتَعَدِّدٍ عَارِيًا عَنْ وُقُوعِهِ عَلَيْهِ. That it comes from these, وهو المعنى. So it looks like it's coming from one person from lots of different ways. Just like we in a colloq in one standard Arabic, we use tasa'al like that. أنا عندي بعض التساؤلات. Like I have some queries, like I'm coming at from different angles, right? It's not like أنا عندي بعض السؤالات. سؤالات are some questions, right? Or أسئلة, I have some questions, but يعني ربما يتساءل البعض, right? Someone might query, meaning look at the thing from different angles and like doubt it sometimes, think it like this angle, right? So يتساءلون, one group of people asking one person, but from lots of different angles, right? Does that make sense? So the question is, why are they even asking in different ways when it's such a big thing? And that's total lost on you 100%. You just ask the question, why are they asking the question, right? Why are they asking in different ways, right? And why do they have these different opinions? Why are some laughing, some of them doubting, some of them serious, when it's such a big issue? And a naba il azim, right? Naba means a big piece of information. You say nab'a. Nab'a is like a concerning sound that would make you go like that. That's called nab'a, right? Like, oh, right? And then so naba'un azim is like the great, big, concerning thing, not khabar, right? You know, right? Khabar is information, but naba is like, oh, what's that? You know, I'm scared. So it's already concerning, right? So here we go. It took Ibn Tamjid and other people, like it took like, you know, over 1,000 years to get that subtle meaning across. Maybe that was intuitive to Ibn Abbas, and if you asked him, he couldn't explain it to you, right? Like I explain, for example, say explain the word ghayrat, like explain it to some white guy, not me, but you know, a normal white. Like, what does it even mean? Jealousy? Like that's not a good translation of ghayrat. You know, huwa yagharu ala zawjatihi, like he's jealous of his wife, what? Because she got a better job? Like, what do you mean? Like, what does jealous mean? So that's quite a difficult thing. So you're not going to explain it to somebody because you understand it. But I'm 1,000 years later, I don't know what's going on, right? Does that make sense? So that's this whole genre, and so somebody who's going to do this, you need nahu, because he's talking about Jabarti, which is a commentary on Ibn Hajib's book on the Ket and the Shafi'ah, which is like super complex sarf, and you need sarf, you need balagha, you need nahu, you need all these kind of things, right? You need aqidah, you need fiqh, all these kind of things that they're going to do. Good. Okay, so we kind of looked at basically everything in short. We have some kind of idea of tafsir ayat ahkam. We saw at al-athari and al-Lughawi, and there's other things as well. There's things like tafsir al-ishari or Sufi, like al-Bahr al-Nadid by Ibn Ajiba and stuff like that. Wallahu a'lam. جزاكم خير. Inshallah, we'll stop there. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.